Just so you know, it's going live.
Okay, we're live. Oh. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I will call the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting in order on May 5th at 5 p.m. So we have the agenda in front of us, but before we do that, I would just like to recognize that May 5th is Red Dress Day, where we remember murdered and missing Indigenous children and women, as well as Two-Spirited people. So we have the agenda in front of us. Are there any additions or deletions?
I have none, your worship, thank you.
You? Okay, so next section is comments from the public. And
Should we move to adopt the agenda?
oops, pardon me. Right, yes, we could move to adopt the agenda.
I will make the motion. The council adopt the May 5th, 2025 Governance Priorities Committee meeting agenda.
Okay, all those in favor of that motion? I'm really getting ahead of myself here. Thank you. And we also have minutes in front of us. So we have the minutes of April 7th. Did anybody notice any edits to those minutes? Councilor Good?
I'll move the minutes as presented.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor of that motion? Great, it is carried. Okay, now we have comments from the public. So I see we have one member from the public. You announce your name and you have about 5 minutes to speak.
My name is Jose Jimenez. No, I'm sorry. My name is Ted Sisson. An interested resident that participates a lot more than most. And as far as I think with your honor's comment about 5 minutes, I've already mentioned to council that I try to keep my remarks germane and concise and not be too wordy. And we had mentioned previously the MGA and the theory that if there was 10 people and you divide the amount of time by 10, everyone would get so many minutes. But to start by saying I've got a restricted amount of time before I even get to speak and there's nobody else here, are you not trying to pressure me into going too fast, or it is that you don't like me to comment at all, your honor?
No, I would appreciate your comments being kept to 5 minutes. We've got a rather long agenda. And
That's not my
no,
fault.
I'm not going to argue with you, but our procedural bylaw also indicates that 5 minutes is even more time than it says there. So,
Well, I'll do the best I can.
good.
Would that be 5 minutes per topic or 5 minutes altogether? What if I have more than one topic to
Your
discuss?
5 minutes has already started, so please carry on.
We have events like we put on in conjunction with Sunrise County, such as the films that they put on a couple of times a year. I believe the last one was held at the Ski Hill. In conjunction with that, I always hear that the town puts it on the website. And I think that in conjunction with that, I did a small impromptu survey after with how many people actually go to the town's website and see that. And if they had been aware that the films had been taking place prior, despite not having seen the website, would they have attended? The large majority said that they thought that, yeah, that sounded really great, and they would have liked to have gone if they known about it in advance. But so that would bolster the attendance, make the event more successful, and is good for everybody. Because if your attendance isn't good, maybe Sunrise says we can't justify these things, the amount that's spent, because not enough people are going. And part of the reason that may be is because too much reliance on the part of social media to do the job, when old fashioned telling people, putting up flyers on the different locations, like at the co-op. And I was also gonna make a suggestion here, not trying to increase the town's cost, but we put out paper bills for the town flyer, comes with it, and also the water bill, or what have you, the garbage water bill. And if there was funding, or if it wasn't considered too expensive, I'm gonna suggest that to bolster the possible number of attendees for these wonderful events, so that it don't die, we could put on certain occasions, put an extra flyer in there, not just included in the newsletter. So that when you open your bill, you get your bill, the newsletter, and then, oh, well, what's this? It's a separate piece of paper, which makes it more noticeable and draws attention to it in a different way than it just being part of the blurbs that are people maybe get a little bit complacent with in the town's newsletter. So I would like the town to consider for certain events using what we already have in place and bolstering it a little bit by, on certain occasions, putting maybe a separate piece of paper in there that would be, I think, far more add to what we're doing now, and possibly be fairly effective. So that's that. Contractors that'll work for the town of Peace River, there's less because of what happened with Parker and McQuaig and Richie Armstrong.
So.
And we all know,
No, Mr. Sissons.
I can talk about anything.
No, you cannot. You have to be respectful, and those
What
are
was not respectful about what I just said?
the fact that you're talking contractors, you're talking previous personnel.
So the fact is that Jim McQuaig admitted on record that he made a mistake. People make mistakes, that's fine, but the part that I don't like is that nobody actually apologized properly to Mr. Armstrong. That's bad for my town, because if he won't bid on things anymore because of the leftover bad feelings that left of how he was treated, and our town won't apologize to him after making a mistake, why is that policy good for our town when the town never
So,
admitted
Mr.
they made a
Sissons, I
mistake?
have to stop you here, and your time is also up. So thank you for your input, and we will consider the flyers, but your time is up for today.
So I've got three more subjects that I want to discuss.
Sorry, but you could not discuss them today.
Well, I'm gonna look and see about, we'll see, because there's the next governance meeting coming, and I'll be there for that. And if these are all subjects that are important to the town and good for everybody, why should you want to stop me when you haven't even heard what they are? That's just hostile on
We're
your
following
part.
the procedural bylaw, so thank you for your.
Maybe procedure, but it's still hostile and ugly on your part, Your Honor.
Unfortunate, but we're.
It's not unfortunate. You're doing it on purpose and you don't have to. You could be more flexible when I'm the only one here to speak and you know it. You just don't like that I comment on stuff that you're not comfortable with.
Thank you, Mr. Sissons.
And as far as more bylaw enforcement goes,
Our next section is presentations, and we do not have any tonight. Then we're on to review of bylaws and policies. So we have the tangible capital assets policy and Mr. Mugford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Topic is our tangible capital asset management policy. And any proposed changes to it, the council would like to include in with what administration has put forth. So October 30th, 2020, council approved P 1281A, which is our tangible capital asset management policy. Administration has reviewed this policy and is brought forward to council with a few minor changes. The changes are primarily focused on increasing dollar thresholds for capitalization, modifying the length of time which the asset is amortized over, clarifying the disposal process, so the determination and the method of disposal, and elimination of references to assets no longer within the purview of the town. Increasing the dollar threshold for when assets may be capitalized reduces administrative workload, though it means that some small dollar amounts previously capitalized would shift from capital to operating budgets, resulting in the financial impact being realized immediately in the income statement versus a proportion of the cost being expensed over a series of several years. So an example would be a purchase of a $2,500 laptop would be fully expensed in the years purchased versus recognizing $500 of expense per year for 5 years. So should council be amenable to propose changes, administration intends to bring the updated policy to a regular meeting in May for approval and is thus seeking any additional feedback from council. Thank you all for any questions.
Councilors? Okay, I have one question. So moving from something from capital to operating, does this have an effect on the tax rate? Somehow.
So the net expense that would be reported is being shifted forward a little bit. So in theory, if you may require a slightly higher municipal requisition in the earlier years, but the reality is we're dealing with generally fairly small dollar items and items that tend to amortize fairly quickly anyway. So over a period of any reasonable length of time, over a 10-year period, as an example, this would have almost no change. You're shifting a tiny bit of the immediate impact earlier, but it's a very negligible difference relative to our total amortization. Across the organization, our amortization expense is around $6.5 million. I would anticipate that this would be, 1-2%. I don't have the exact number, but it would be very small impact. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions? Okay, then I'll go to Schedule B. And Schedule B, this is the changing thresholds. So I'm looking at buildings. So the threshold was 40,000, I think, or it was 25 and it's now 40. It's kind of a little hard to read that.
I think it went up to 25.
Yeah, it was previously 10,000. We increased it to 25,000.
Oh,
So the reality is it's very unlikely we're going to be buying or constructing any buildings for either of those amounts. But the idea is basically we wanted to increase that threshold a bit. Same with building improvements. It was formerly 10,000. We increased it to 15.
okay. Thank you. Councilors, any further questions? Then would someone like to move us forward on this matter? Councilor Good?
Move the council direct administration to bring the proposed revised tangible capital asset policy to a future council meeting for formal consideration.
Thank you. Is everyone clear on the motion? Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Thank you. It is carried. Thank you, Mr. Mugford. And now you're on to purchasing policy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So council has requested a discussion regarding the town's purchasing policy. In April of 2022, council approved our current purchasing policy P 1221C. This policy includes definitions, details of the methods of purchasing and their limits, responsibilities, and process associated with each purchasing method. These documents were provided to council during the January 24, 2022 council meeting, prior to a public engagement process regarding the revised policy and council's ultimate adoption of the policy in April 2022. The January 2022 RFD summarizing the review process for this policy and the associated PowerPoint is attached. Council has expressed desire to revisit the policy, and a review and update of this policy has been included as part of the CEO mandate letter. However, it is unclear as to which specific elements council would like to reviewed or addressed. Administration seeks further clarification. Also attached for information is local preference within purchasing policy P1222B. This policy is supplementary to the purchasing policy and allows for preference to be given to local companies when the town purchases goods and services or awards contracts, setting appropriate limitation and allowable variances and ensuring the town continues to comply with the federal government's agreement on internal trade and new West Partnership Trade Agreement. The request from administration is seeking direction as to whether the purchasing policy should be brought back for detailed review, and if so, which elements would council like for us to review, and what prioritization should this policy review receive? Thank you.
Thank you. Counselors? Items that you would like to see reviewed in this policy? Counselor Carr?
I realize we give a little bit of a advantage to our locals, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't have time to read this. I'd like more time to review it. I'd also like to maybe consider, and I mentioned this quite some time ago, when we have a bid going out, could we not send out actual invitations to our local businesses? For example, the sidewalks that were done on Main Street there a couple of years ago. You know, these big companies of the city, they have guys that just troll the municipal sites looking for work. Our little companies in town do not have that ability. Could we not be sending out letters of invitation? Would that not show that we are maybe more interested in keeping our money local? Because at the end of the day, I think that's what we need to strive for. I had a real concern, and I realized we followed the policy and the rules and everything else with that. But we gave a company out of Red Deer, I believe it was 100 and whatever amount we gave them. And we will never see a dime of that spent back in town. Could we not somehow invite our local contractors to tender it, make them aware that it's there? Because as I say, they don't have people trolling the municipal sites looking for work. They're too busy and they're not big enough. That's what I would like to see on a focus of trying to keep the money local.
Mrs. Miller, do you have?
Yeah, with all due respect, Councillor Carr, that is a huge ask on administration for just the fact of trying to address and contact the different contractors for the number of contracts we put out. What I can offer is we have a new business retention specialist, and as she addresses the individual contractors, I would invite her to invite the contractors to get set up on Alberta Purchasing Connection, because that's where any value goes and gets posted. And so they will get automatic response if they can put keywords in Alberta Purchasing Connection. And if any tender gets posted with any one of those keywords, they will get triggered a notification. We could instruct and start teaching our contractors, our locals, how to look for, but we absolutely don't have the time in administration to be sending out invitations to local contractors. They have an obligation. They could look weekly on our website. You know, there's multiple means that our local contractors could become aware of opportunities with the town.
Madam Mayor?
Councillor Carr?
I like that idea that with the business retention specialist, but like I say, at the end of the day, I'd like to have some sort of a means or a focus on keeping our money more local.
If I may just further that, I would also need to, there could be some legal consequences to that as well, so. For us to be contacting and inviting contractors, and if we miss somebody, then it could be an issue that we didn't call them, but we called them. So again, I will encourage our business retention specialists to educate our local contractors. And I'll ask our communications department to put maybe a little blurb in our newsletter because, and drive and invite them to visit regularly every week. It's a 5-minute posting check-in Monday mornings for those organizations. And it wouldn't be just our bartenders, it would be anybody putting out that
Well,
kind
that
of work.
sounds good. Sounds like a positive. Thank you.
So with respect to this, I'm reading clause 5.2 in the local preference within purchasing policy. And it does give the guidelines with respect to the amounts that mean different things in the whole purchasing policy. So that might be, you've looked at that, Mr. Carr? The 75,000 for.
Yeah, I know
yeah.
there is some
Okay.
preference there, yeah.
And the other thing I noted that there's reference in here with respect to trading area for certain things, and that means a geographical distance of 25 kilometers from the town office. So I don't know if that's get you almost to,
It's a good job.
yeah, again. Should I, yes. But anything else, or, you know, if there's nothing major here or further, then I would suggest that it means the purchasing policy goes forth as is, so. If they want to be looking for something, if they're looking for
Well, can
something.
we table it and I'll make time to read it. Please.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, go to the next game, please.
Catherine?
Sure. Sure. Not a panic.
Okay, okay, because if you make the motion, I'll
Yeah.
bring up one other
If I
comment.
could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we table this till next GMP meeting, giving myself and maybe some others more time to read it. Thank you.
Okay, and the other point that was brought up by admin was, besides the points to look at, was, the prioritization of the review of this policy over other work. So that might be something to think about
As
between now
I
and
say,
then
I
too.
don't think it's urgent. I just think it needs to be addressed, it needs to be looked at.
Okay, so at the next GMP meeting, if tabling, are we voting on tabling? I don't think, yes,
You voted tabling, I believe.
We might also be using tabling incorrectly, but
yeah. Are we supposed to be tabling when we want it to a next meeting? It's not within this one.
I'm just. I would just table to the next meeting, I think that's fine.
Okay, well, we're all.
There is voting. on
I think tabling definitely means something, and I don't think it means
It says-
exactly how we're using it.
I
We
would-
can just,
I would just say postpone,
oh, yeah,
So it's-
yeah, a
Are
motion
you
to
okay with
postpone.
postpone?
Sure.
Okay, postpone. It's tabling, it's got something in the notes here that. It's us to. Okay, Councillor Carr has moved that this matter be postponed until the next GMP meeting. And I think we're gonna vote on this. All those in favor of that? It is carried. Okay, so people will make sure they read this if they haven't had a chance and we'll go from there. Thank you, Mr. Mugford. Next up is the draft meeting procedural bylaw. And Ms. Parsons.
Good evening, council. So as promised, new draft procedural bylaw. As you can see, it's been completely redesigned, so of course, there's not a track changes version, otherwise the whole thing would just be red. So I feel like as we do, for these large bylaws, I can kind of go through it a little bit section by section. Some of them are, larger changes than others, so I'm sure there'll be more questions in those sections than the smaller sections. You'll see there's a table of contents added. This is quite an in-depth bylaw, so I think that will help a lot when we're trying to reference the procedural bylaw and items that we're looking for. Updated definitions section, fairly straightforward. As I said, you'll see a couple of new items such as the conflict of interest, council members' family, trying to make sure that we're addressing the fact that the FOIP Act is likely to be repealed and replaced by two separate pieces of legislation. So when and if the province does that in the spring, we don't have to come back and update our procedural bylaw because it still references the current FOIP Act. And adding a definition of legislative services just to differentiate a little bit between administration and then the role that is typically recording secretary and providing that procedural advice to council. Were there any, I'll talk more about the conflict of interest at the conflict of interest section of the bylaw. Were there any general questions about the definition section? Just keep going. Application and interpretation, fairly straightforward. Taken out any reference to a council code of conduct, just with Bill 50 being proposed and the removal of council code of conduct. We thought we would just get ahead of the game and remove that. And then of course, section 4.3, outlining council's ability to waive portions of this procedural bylaw should they deem it necessary, just for operational purposes. Just making that a little bit more clear that council does have the ability to do that. I know we've run into a couple of instances, where we've been a little bit unclear maybe as to the interpretation of the bylaw, or, needed to make little nuanced changes for the governance and priorities committee meeting. We added a notice of motion, which isn't actually contemplated going forward to governance and priorities committees meetings. So just absolutely clarifying that council does have the ability to do that should they need to. Then we get into the organizational meetings. This is one where there is a larger change. We're talking about this is talking about a change to how we appoint our deputy mayor. So currently the deputy mayor is appointed annually at the organizational meeting and they fill that role for the whole year. In other organizations, they rotate the appointment of deputy mayor alphabetically. This just allows all of council to get the experience of that position. So everyone would fill that role, everyone would undertake the duties of the deputy mayor. Simply a suggestion, and therefore council's consideration.
Councillor Shannon?
Wouldn't that be something to be left up to the new council? We're only 4 months out of a new election. Like, I wouldn't want to make that decision on that deputy mayor thing for another council. I had spoken to a few people about that on different ways of doing that, because I see in different jurisdictions they do it differently. And I talked to one mayor who liked the continuing the consistency of a deputy mayor, one deputy mayor, and then some do it revolving. So I wouldn't want to make that decision for the future council. But then if you don't, then they have to wait another year.
So I would suggest that we getting this bylaw in place for a future council will be really helpful. The current bylaw lacks in a few areas, and so setting them up for success with a bylaw that is straightforward and written and is closing those gaps that are currently missing in ours will be good. If they don't like the new way it's done, there's nothing to stop them from asking us to bring that forward and adjust that. So basically, either way, this council will have made the decision to either continue with the way we're doing it now or change to this. So either way, a decision is made for that council. The decision was made for this council when the election came. We had the way the deputy mayor is set up. So there'll always be a way the appointment of the deputy mayor is set up before another council is onboarded. Whether council just chooses that they don't want to change the way that process is right now, that's okay. We can leave it as it is. This was just a suggestion. And this is an experienced council now, right? You've had 4 years, you've seen how it works. So you give consideration to this or not and say we like it this way.
And I really like the idea of a table of contents. I think that's a really, a great addition there. Good job on that.
So with respect to the deputy mayor thing, I note that City of Edmonton has some sort of rotational system that they just automatically do. And I know some other towns that have done it as well.
Valley View rotates.
Yeah, and some others further south. The rotational system does kind of ensure that everybody on council gets opportunity to take that role and the issues with it, perhaps. Councilor Good, you have a comment?
Historically, I know in Alberta, some municipalities, the mayor chose the deputy mayor. Or the mayor could just say, I want this person as my deputy mayor if they were a councillor, that's the way it happened. There's any number of different ways, I think the council can pretty much decide, but what you're saying is 2 weeks after the election, if the next council wants to see a change in this, they can ask to revisit it, no problem at all. Am I correct on that? Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that.
Any other comments on this section?
Well, if the next council didn't want their hands tied with it and they brought it back, would they have to have a 3/4, like would there be stipulations that come along with them bringing it back? Like would they have to have a majority of not a majority, but would they have to have so many of council doing it, like anonymous, like has to be unanimous or it won't come forward? Or are there what are the rules around that now? If it's below a year, it's been forwarded to council already.
So the procedural bylaw stipulates that an item could come back after if a general election has been held. So it doesn't matter that 6 months hadn't passed if a general election has come up.
Reset.
Yeah. And then sorry.
I don't know where it's coming from.
Oh shit.
Mine off and mine buzzed twice.
So the next section also quite different, appointment of council members to council committees and external agencies. So this section, there wasn't a clear outline of how this was to be done in the procedural bylaw. It just said that council would deal with this at the organizational meeting, but it didn't say how. And so this is a change from the process that we have been doing, but it still contemplates having the ability to hold that secret ballot vote. If there's disagreement over the board listing that is presented. So as it's, oh, sorry, 6 of 26 of the bylaw. It's 5.4. So under this section, the mayor would compile the list of who would be appointed to what, and it outlines what the mayor would consider when doing that, which includes, the council members' level of interest, general availability, and the length of time that a council member has served on the committee. Because sometimes there's weight to continuity. So keeping a council member on a board because there's a special project going on or the board's just getting started. And so a little bit of continuity needs to be kept. but also equitable opportunity. There could be multiple counselors interested in a specific committee. And so allowing for participation. So the mayor would compile that list. It would come forward to the organizational meeting for review. And then if everyone was happy, we'd just adopt it. And if not, and a compromise or resolution could not be met, then we would just hold a secret ballot as we do now.
Okay, comments on this one, Councillor Shannon?
So I'm not getting why the change, why we had just changed it to the way it was. We had it before where. But there wasn't really even, I didn't even know how it was chosen the first year or whatever. It was just put your name forward. Nobody really even said how. Last year it was more, got more streamlined as time went on. And now it feels like we're going backwards. I think the mayor's job on a council is not to be the one choosing who does what. I think we will, I wouldn't want that responsibility myself if I, I think that, I don't think there's anything wrong with the way we were doing it. I mean, that should be a secret ballot when you put in your names, just like we did. That's the fair way to do it. Having someone decide beforehand and make up those boards and, put their slant on it. I don't agree with that. It has to be a council decision. And by doing that first, what you're doing is setting up, you're making, almost like, suggestions or, yeah, I don't like that one. I don't support that change. I like the way that we do it now. It's fair, it's clean. And, yeah, I would say, in my opinion, that's a better way.
I think that wasn't that.
Any other comments on this one, Councillor Good?
Just for clarification on, to external boards or agencies, the mayor would make a recommendation. I don't think that's the role of it's specified in the Alberta Housing Act and Ministerial Order that it is the council that makes the choice to specifically. It doesn't say mayor, doesn't say mayor and council. It says the council can determine whoever they want. And also in the case of North Peace Housing Foundation, it doesn't even have to be a council member. So specifically for that, that's what board I'm familiar with. The other part is that where is it here? Sorry. Yeah, and the next part is about the mayor being ex officio. You've specified on committees because they're not ex officio on all boards and external organizations, just the committees, correct? Because there's no ex officio.
It says unless prohibited by another piece of legislation. Does that cover that?
So what happened with ex officio used to be contemplated under the MGA. It was flat, mayor was ex officio no matter what. Then they realized that can't be true because when you have something like the library board, the North Peace Housing Board, they're actually not allowed to be ex officio. Legislation outlines that they can't have ex officio members. You have to have a directly appointed, and MPC is another good example. You have to have directly appointed committee members. So they removed that. But what they said was municipalities can continue to have that in their procedural bylaw and allow the mayor to be ex officio on committees where that's allowed. So that's why it's contemplated the way it is, that they're allowed to be ex officio unless it is prohibited by another act.
Okay, fair enough.
And as for 5.4, it's very specific that the mayor shall compile and make recommendations for appointment. So it's not the official list. It's not saying that they have the power to say this person, this person, this person. It's just a way of compiling the list, which we already do. We compile the list, we bring it forward with who wants to be on what. And that would be, and so the mayor has to give, when making that decision, has to give contemplation to A, B, and C listed, the level of interest, availability, and the equitable and continuity opportunities. And then 5.5 then suggests that should those recommendations not be agreed with, then we would move to secret ballot as we do. And that's what we do now. If somebody wants, two people can't agree on who would be appointed, we go to secret ballot. So it's how we do it now. It's just outlined more specifically and talks about the process of how to get there, I suppose.
Okay, Councillor Scammerhorn, Councillor Good, and then Councillor Shannon.
So to clarify, one of the reasons why that's laid out in there is because in the previous, or let's say the current bylaw, it is not really prescribed at all any method of how to do that, so you needed something in writing, because how we currently do it was sort of like, well, this works, but we need to codify. And that's the purpose of this. So we'd essentially followed the same process we did last time, except instead of sending it to you, and by we, I mean the next people involved, we would send it to the mayor, and the mayor would basically do that job of filling out the sheet of here's who's available, here's who's interested, you know, kind of thing, and then council can then proceed basically from a filled out document instead of a blank document.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, thank you for bringing that back. The current bylaw just says that the appointments will be dealt with at the organizational meeting, but they don't say how. So that's why there has been that confusion when the organizational meetings have come up. It's like, how did we do this before? And how do we do it now, right? Like I was new at the time in my role, lots of new staff that would have interacted with that. So we weren't sure the best way to proceed. And then and now we've come up with a system that is working. So just trying to get that written out a little bit. We could change the wording of the mayor. I mean, I obviously always think it would be in consultation with administration. We're usually helping with that. We can add that more specifically. So that's kind of how we do that now. And certainly open to changing it.
Councillor Good, then Councillor Shannon.
One difficulty I have is that at the first organizational meeting, which is the first organizational meeting after an election, the mayor generally has no experience or very limited experience with anybody or anything. But they have to do it in the first meeting, and it's fairly early in the meeting because it's there. And they have to pick all these people they put, they know nothing about them. And that's, I think, one of the impediments to that is that the mayor has nothing to base the judgment on unless they are running a slate or whatever, and then they can say, well, I know all these people that I want because whatever. I kind of like the idea that if you take the mayor out of it and say council shall determine, just take the mayor out of it, council shall determine the membership. Because generally council has the ability to determine the membership. And they will do it based on their knowledge of community, knowledge of anything. They may even say, I'm really interested in being on, like in one of our meetings, I think Shelley, you had expressed an interest yours was economic development. So you really wanted to be on that because if something was near and dear to your heart, somebody else would say, well, this is near and dear like to my heart. I want to be involved in that. Mark, for example. And I think that that's a valid way of coming to council and saying, I really have an interest in this, and sell yourself. Now, council has the right to say, heard you, listen to you, don't agree, whatever. But I kind of like leaving it in council's hands. And again, the next council can come along and say, we want to hire an independent contractor to do it. I mean, they can do whatever they want. So yeah, I would just leave it in council's hands. That's my own preference. I think it is cleaner and less, I hate to use the word political, but less political.
Councillor Shannon.
So that if that can also, anything in this can be changed by the new council, if so desired, with no waiting or anything, since they are a new council. I just want to make that is right. And then I do agree with Don, you know, it makes it cleaner and you can sell yourself. I don't feel that that's a responsibility of someone to, oh, I'm going to decide who. I wouldn't want that responsibility. I'm going to decide who goes on what. I don't think so. I think the people decide and you sell yourself on why you should be on that committee or why you shouldn't. And it has to be with your head too, not your heart. Your heart should be, emotions should not be part of that decision.
Very good.
Yeah, just one thing too, if you make that as the council shall decide the makeup of the committee, and that's there at your first meeting, that gives them something to go to start. They can then change what they want to do after, but at least it gives them something to get through the first meeting without sort of muddying the water, in my view. So
Can you repeat that again? I didn't quite get it.
I'm saying, okay, I'm concerned about the first meeting after, if you have it in, if you put it in this draft. That council shall determine the makeup of boards and committees, et cetera, and leave most of the reporting there, but have it in council's hands. Council then has some advice on how they pick their first people. They can change it after anytime they feel like it, but yeah, I just think it's a better, personally, I think it's a better way.
Any other comments? Councillor Boychuk or Deputy Mayor Boychuk?
I like and agree with Don's comments or Councillor Good's comments.
Okay, so admin, does this get you further ahead?
Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Carr, any thoughts on this?
No,
point?
no, I agree with Councillor Good.
Perfect, thank you. So next on to regular council meetings, nothing too crazy here, really outlining when the regular meetings will generally be, which is our Mondays at 5 o'clock, the 2nd and 4th, but really clarifying that, you know, consideration could be given to other things such as the summer meeting schedule, general election blackouts, December meeting schedule, or other operational needs to move meetings around, such as when we have the Alberta Munis Conference, we sometimes change the meeting dates to align better so council can attend and we're not worrying about the council meeting. So it just really sets out that that is going to be set at the organizational meeting, but for consistency purposes, typically our regular meetings are the Mondays at 5. We increased the time for a regular meeting to be 4 hours instead of 3, noting that there are lots of times we're going past 3 hours.
So I didn't get the 3 business at all, frankly. I just thought we had to be done by 10:30 or pass the motion saying.
So it used to say our meetings, anything over 3 hours in length, you needed a council motion. So we've extended it to 4.
So I would actually prefer the 10:30 at night.
10:30?
Well, and that's me personally, because I kind of feel that sometimes we have a lengthy agenda and putting things off. There was a reason things were on the agenda to get attended to, and it extends the time frame for some decisions, whereas another hour or so you get it done, rather than having another meeting or a special meeting or something. So that would be my thought, but anybody else on that one?
Concur.
I agree with that 100%.
Well thought out.
And so that would apply to GNP or any kind of meetings, is my opinion on that one.
So perhaps we would go to 4.5 hours. That would bring us to 10:30.
That would bring us
5.
to
9:30.
I mean, oh yeah, okay, never mind. That was terrible math.
It's easier to remember
You should be
10:30 than it is to remember 4.5 hours. 30.
10:30.
Thank you.
And then our regular business for the meetings. Clarifying what unfinished business will be. Or what it is, instead of calling things new business, calling it current business. Clarifying the comments from the public. So just making sure it's clear how long people are able to speak and what they're able to address. It should also be noted that the comments from the public section in both the GNP and the council meetings are provided as a courtesy by council. It is not mandated under the MGA that members of the public be able to participate. It is mandated that they be able to be present and be able to hear the proceedings, but they don't have to be able to participate. And it's a mixture, it's a mixed bag between municipalities, whether or not they include that. Some do, some don't. Left it in there for consideration, but it is a courtesy.
Any comments at this point?
Yeah. What's it at right now? It's 5 minutes.
2 minutes for,
2 minutes.
2 minutes for GMP and on anything.
And then it's 5 minutes in regular meeting?
It's really 3.
Oh, it's 3?
Something like that.
On something from the agenda.
Something from the agenda. I'd be,
Sorry. So under 6.2I, members of this is for regular council meetings. Members of the public must limit their comments to a maximum of 2 minutes and shall only address items contained on the council meeting agenda. That's pretty standard across municipalities where if it's a council meeting, it's specific to items on the agenda. If you're having a comment section for the public, for governance and priorities committee meetings, again, have left it in the same order as we have it now. That they're able to address council on items that are relevant to council's duties. And is up to a maximum of 5 minutes. And also added in here a maximum number of persons able to present at one time unless the chair waives that at the time.
I think both of those things be at the discretion of the chair. Sorry,
Both of
I'm out
which
of
things?
order. I didn't actually.
Sorry, Councillor Shannon and Councillor Byron.
Thank you.
Mr. Byron. Well, that was one of my questions, so it was, does the chair have, can they use their discretion on both those items, like I find it hard as well, like if you have, I don't think 5 or 2 minutes is enough time, I don't, unless you have like 10 people and it's gonna grow into I know I couldn't do it in 2 minutes and I've had to go in front of ministers and everything else, so I think 5, can't we change it to 5 across the board? And if it is to the discretion of the chair, if it happens to be a really contentious issue or something where more of the public wants to come and speak, I think that we should have some kind of an allowance to let them do that.
Councillor Scammahorn?
The idea behind the time to speak is that you come with a well-formulated statement, you give your statement and then you leave. So 2 minutes or 5 minutes is plenty of time, or at least should be plenty of time. It's not in order to have a discussion with or a back and forth or a tete-a-tete or a debate. It's for you to come, add your thoughts to a subject and get out of the way.
Councillor Good?
Yeah, and some municipalities in Alberta, if you want to speak at a meeting, you have to send basically a letter of intent or to be added to the agenda in the public speaking portion, and you have to outline what you're going to be speaking about. And I think that that's not a bad idea. I don't mind the idea of 5 minutes. One of the reasons that this came up in an issue about 3 or 4 councils ago when we were keeping our minutes and we were talking to the province about how detailed the minutes have to be. And the statement was made is understand one thing about council meetings. They are for the purpose of council to administer the municipality. That is their function and that is their purpose. So when the public says, well, we want to come here, we want to, 30 people, we all want 5 minutes, so we're going to take 5 hours of whatever amount of time that, do the math, right? 150 hours, 2 hours of everybody speaking 5 minutes and everything. That does not assist in the job of the council meeting, which is the board of directors of the council of the town of Peace River managing the municipality. There's nothing stopping people from writing letters. There's nothing stopping people from participating in any other respect. But the purpose is not to allow meetings to be, how would I put it, commandeered or by any one person or group. And so the function of the council meeting is to basically do the business of the town of Peace River. End of story. All other things in it should help meet that end. That's the function. So I think that having the 5 minute limitation is good. I think it could be 5 on both. I don't really have a problem. I don't mind the limitation of 4 people per meeting. Because if you're 5th, you can write a note and have it, and part of the record, you wrote it, council, it's now a public document. And I think it might be an idea to, if you're going to speak on a particular issue, to advise council about what you're going to speak about. And the reason I like that idea is that even among council, we have what's known as a notice of motion. And the reason for the notice of motion was so that you can't, in the middle of a talk about a park, say, I want a motion that such and such happened, just, and get it on the agenda and force the council to a deal with it, because you'd have put the motion out. It was to give council time to consider the fact that this motion was coming, usually a time period. And I don't think it's unreasonable to expect the public have the same notice that we don't allow a counselor to do the same. So those thoughts.
Anything further? So the idea of having the same or different minutes to speak, what about that? Councillor Carr?
I think 2 minutes is too short. I think it should be 5 personally.
Yeah, I'm fine with 5.
Deputy Mayor Boychuk, any thoughts?
I'm fine with 5 as well.
Okay, so we seem to have 5 minutes there. There's 4 people that max that would be speaking in the GNP. And as it's written right now, there are no limits on the numbers of people that might come forth in the regular. Councillor Good.
I think that the limitation, even in the regular meeting, is not a bad idea. But I also think that they should be advising council of what they're going to be speaking about. Like I said, there's other municipalities who do that. You have to notify council that you're coming and you want to speak on an issue. Now, there's people who won't like that because they can't come in and just do what they want to do at that meeting, but I personally think it's not really, you're not saying you won't be able to speak, you just may not be able to do it this week.
Just to clarify on that, so you would have to probably submit it almost like a presentation then, like your question or whatever you want to speak on. And my only concern is what if that way you'd have to know like 2 weeks in advance almost what you want to speak about. What if it's something more timely and off the cuff that came up kind of?
Well, by that, you're almost defining emergent. And an emergent issue is not, it came on my radar today, therefore I'm all upset and I want to speak. That's not an emergency. That's motivation. An understandable motivation, but it doesn't become, again, we're here to run the business of the community, the town of Peace River. And I think that you're giving people the opportunity to speak. They're telling them that I don't mean they need to do a PowerPoint presentation, provide it with us, but a paragraph, I'm going to speak on this issue. Jenna, for example, I want to speak on the airport. Have at her. I want to speak on this. It's just simply a general term, the focus of the speak, so it doesn't become an on and on ramble.
No, I get it.
Ms. Parsons?
So, we really have to, so these are meant to be a little bit more informal, I think, and they are provided as that courtesy because we have delegation presentations. And so if people wanted the opportunity to speak longer and give a presentation to council, they have the ability to apply through the delegation presentation and have that additional time. They have to tell council what they want. What typically when the comments from the public section are added, they are a little less informal, although I don't disagree for the GNP ones where you can speak to anything, of asking for an outline of what you propose to address, because the council meetings are specific to what's on the agenda. So it would be redundant to send in something for that. The GNP, but again, I think we would want to keep it semi-informal for sending forward what you plan to speak about, because otherwise we're starting to get into delegation presentations if we're asking for the registration. And so there's a little bit of overlap.
Sort of get rid of that last part I was talking about, but also keep the 5 minutes and the limit of 4 people at the GMP meeting. So it does put a cap on it at some point.
Councillor Scammell?
Could be something Mr. Councillor Good is suggesting. It could be something as simple as a speaker sign up at the door for that meeting. And then when comments of the public comes around, there's 4 blanks on it. If the 4 blanks are filled in, name, topic, that's all it needs to be on there. It gets handed to the chair, and then the chair can administer the comments from the public. And then if someone starts talking about something that's not the topic that's on there, X.
Makes sound like that. It's functional.
So what I heard here was 5 minutes, no matter which type of meeting, but I heard limit of 4 people at the GMP. I don't know what I heard at the end here. Okay,
And
And just a sign up list of it, or however that you wanna word, you feel that would be worded.
that does, however, allow. I looked at the nightmare scenario. That still allows 100 people 2 minutes. Come in and,
No, 5 minutes.
No.
5 minutes.
5 for 4, still 20
No, no.
minutes.
on the regular council meeting. There's no limitation on the.
We're not, oh, I thought we wanted that, I want that.
Not in my summary, I didn't have that, if you want it.
we should
I think,
talk about it.
again, you want to be able to do the business of the council. And if we have the thing there that says the meeting's going to end at 10:30 and you have 3 hours taken up by everybody coming in to. Because they're, I don't know, name your subject, name your poison. You will not be able to do business in the community, and you could have the community, you could have it become non-functional.
So do we want to put a limit on the number of people speaking at the regular council in that section? Anybody?
At the GNP, I like the idea of 4. At the regular meeting, I would increase it by 1 and make it 5. And the only reason is because they are constrained to dealing with. The regular means they must deal with things that are on the agenda. So generally, in the first 5 years, you're probably going to get all opinions brought to you. You may not hear the 10 people saying, I agree with Bob, I agree with Steve. I agree with
Okay,
Bob."
so any thoughts on the 5 people limit in regular council meeting? Everybody's okay with that or don't like it or something?
I think so.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Boychuk?
I was just curious, do we document that other than the live broadcast? Like, do these concerns get documented in the minutes in any way, or is it just comments from the public?
We document who presented from the public. We don't document comments. Comments and conversation discussions are not considered in minutes. Motions of council.
Yeah, no.
It's live streamed.
So first of all, any thought on the 5 people limit?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I know we haven't had many people come forward and speak, but I would definitely encourage people to and not limit them to taking up the meeting. But 5 is a good number, I think. I think we can be safe with that.
Okay, so on regular meeting, we've got 5 minutes each for 5 people. And on GMP, we've got 5 minutes each for each of 4 people. Councilor Carr?
Would we have to put someone on there first come, first serve in case we get a sudden rush? How do you determine the 5 that are going to sign up sheet?
Well, that's the sign up sheet. I like that idea.
Okay.
So then you can figure that one out. Sounds good. Good question.
I'm gonna skip right over governance and priorities because we've covered that and I can make the same changes there as we discussed in the regular meeting. Special meetings, very small section, it's highly regulated by the MGA, so I didn't really feel the need to duplicate any of that. Agendas, we have extended the time for administration to get council their agendas. So currently, we should have the agenda to council on Thursday. It's more or less typically on Friday, so we've changed that in the bylaw and have it clarified that it does not invalidate an agenda if we don't meet that timeline, though Friday has been consistently our timeline. I also wanted to make sure that that was in there for specific things like special meetings, where sometimes they are called last minute. So you're not going to get an agenda 3 days before because the special meeting, you have the ability to call a special meeting within 24 hours. So there's not going to be 3 days. So I just wanted to make that very clear that
This special meeting by calling the special meeting, you're already, here's the agenda.
Exactly. So just making that extra clear.
So you're indicating, since it's kind of been the practice that, end of Friday is when we would see our agendas. That should be the process. I know admin is rushed to do these. So counselors, is that sufficient time for you to read the agenda before the meeting? Because that is what we need to have happen.
Not this weekend, it wasn't.
Typically, yes.
Typically, yes.
Okay, any other thoughts on that one? Okay, so we're saying Friday, 4:30, the agenda will be ready.
If I may, we will always strive to get it out on Thursdays. But it is a lot when we have late Monday nights. Tuesday, we discuss what came out of the meeting from Monday night, any actions. Wednesdays, we're already chasing agenda items, so the Friday has been what it's been, but we will always strive to get it out sooner than later, because we don't like spending Friday afternoons trying to beat the clock, I know.
Yeah, I realize that. I guess, some councils also, say if the agenda is not out by this date, then whatever is not already in that package, too bad, it goes to the next meeting. So I'm just letting you know, stuff like that happens. Okay, so we seem to be okay with the 4:30 Friday.
Okay, not too much to point out under section 9, it's just the meeting minutes. Pretty standard and straightforward. The meeting notices and cancellations. So we've added a section allowing the mayor in consultation with the CAO to cancel or reschedule a meeting. And the reason we added this in is because it's actually not very operationally effective to require a motion of council to be able to cancel a meeting. There are times, although we haven't experienced it recently, where sometimes there's not a lot for the agenda. And so sometimes, let's give you your Monday night back, but we can't because the bylaw currently reads that we have to have a motion of council to cancel the agenda. And sometimes you don't know in advance that something's happening that you might want to cancel or reschedule that meeting for purpose. So just allowing for a little bit of extra flexibility in canceling a meeting should we need to. Otherwise, everything else is fairly straightforward, just giving notices about council meetings and the general council meeting schedule.
Any thoughts on this section? That we're good.
Participation by electronic means quite expanded to align more with the MGA and the best practice that they have in their procedural bylaw guide. The biggest one is making sure that council members have their videos on. And it's just really important for the efficacy of meetings and knowing when we have quorum, who's in the room, who's not in the room. We make that a requirement that we note that in the meeting minutes. So it's really hard to keep track of when the cameras are not on.
Does this mean, camera on with a live picture or a still picture?
A live picture.
So maybe you should put that should be put in there someplace. Second.
Well,
No.
then your camera's not on. If you have a picture, your camera's not on.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. I'd rather have a live.
Camera.
Define it as somehow,
Sure.
please.
And then if your camera is not on, you will be noted as absent.
Okay, Councillor Shannon.
As it is right now, you can, there is no stipulation of whether you have to have your camera on or not, is there? Because it seems to be different every meeting, or like different times, different.
Right now, our bylaw does not address that. We've asked that cameras be left on, but there's nothing enforcing that. And again, Well, yeah, there's nothing enforcing that, and I'm not gonna say that there aren't going to be exceptions to the rules. Sometimes we all know there are weird things. We have the ability to make exceptions if we need to. But as a general rule of thumb, your camera should be on. We need to know who's in the room. And when you're not in the room.
I agree with that 100%, that camera should be on.
Are you gonna say what I'm gonna say?
I'll let you go first.
Counselor Scammer,
You also have to be in front of your camera. You have to say it, cause I can turn my camera on. Name it that way. So,
okay, the intent is that we see the live face of the person
Yeah.
during the meeting. However, that has to be worded. Counselor Court.
I could see this being a problem and has been a problem, I believe, for Deputy Mayor Wojciech from time to time, because he cannot read the agenda for the meeting as we're going through it and have his camera on at the same time. So would that be one of the exceptions, and who calls for the exception?
But I think, if he knows that ahead of time, then arrangements can be made either with that other technology or paper agendas.
well, the other side to that is we are given a stipend to address our own office needs. And so the expectation is if you're going to accept that stipend, you are preparing yourself for meetings in all regards. So if you get this much money for your cell phone or whatever, for technology, then buy a laptop, get another screen, whatever it takes, get a webcam, anything you need. It's up to us to be prepared for the meeting and professional and attended it as fully as possible.
Counselor Good,
Yeah, and part of the other reason is, for example, it allows the public to see who's there and on council, and I've seen situations in the past where the camera was on, but the person wasn't there actively engaged in the meeting. And the way it was noted was the question was asked of the person there, no answer. And there was no technological issues. And the other part is people say, well, I'm in an area where I have really low bandwidth and I'm getting lagged. Your problem. Then don't attend you can't attend the meeting. There's enough technology out there now, there's enough cheap data plans, and Byron said we have a budget for that, so. Yeah, I think it should be live pictures, very much so, and again, like I say, even for the public to be aware that the counselor is there and engaged and involved in the meeting.
Deputy Mayor Wojciech, any thoughts on this one?
No, I agree with what's being said there.
Yeah, thanks. Ms. Parsons?
Yeah, I mean, virtual attendance is a wonderful new invention and allows our council members to attend council meetings, when they're away and still want to participate, but it can't take away from the meeting. It has to be as if you're here in the room. Because otherwise you're losing your meeting efficacy. It has to be as if you were here, and if you can't participate as if you were here, then you maybe shouldn't be participating virtually, and you have to really examine that. There is a stipend in the procedural or in the remuneration bylaw for some office supplies. You do need to do some printing, or if you give me advance notice that you know you're not gonna be there and you require a printed copy, I can certainly do that. I already print copies for some members of council, so it's very easy to add another one. That's no problem whatsoever.
Counselor Good?
Yeah, and also, because I know this happened to me and it was rightfully so, I wanted to join a meeting. I missed the first hour and I wanted to get in the second hour, and I got a very good response that said, it's really hard for us to add people during the meeting. I'm sorry. And I think that was a correct decision. So I think you're in at the front, you go out the back end, but you don't get to just say, send a message, by the way, let me in. So I think you're either attend the meeting or you don't. That's my own. I thought it was a good answer, and I thought it was again, helps with the business of running the community.
Okay,
One more thing, is it worthwhile to add a statement in there that counselors, or that it is preferable, it should be made the priority to attend in person? I feel like that, like, I understand that sometimes, and I've attended very recently, was sick and attended electronically. But I think it bears noting that we all understand, and I understood from the last meeting, I was not as effective online as I am in person. And I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. And so I think having a clause in there that says, well, we allow for it or whatever, it should be, we should be endeavoring to be in asses in chairs. Don't write that,
I
but
think we have a very nice section in our council code of conduct bylaw that we put, that we wrote preferences for that.
That's
So maybe we'll
nice.
just cut that out of there and put it right over here.
thank you.
As for proposal. Okay.
So I note, or maybe there's a statement in here about trying to, let admin know 3 hours in advance if they're going to go virtual. Right?
Yes. The more notice, the better, but yeah, enough notice that we can get you that meeting link, so that you can, get into the meeting, okay. Otherwise, I think everything else is fairly straightforward, clarifying that the meeting minutes are the official record of any meeting despite an electronic recording. And again, if you were away and unable to participate, the nice part about this now is we do have the recording, so it is a little bit easier to go watch and get caught up on anything that you did miss if you weren't able to be in attendance. Public hearings, section 12, again, pretty straightforward. Not a lot has changed except where the province has made some changes. So clarifying that we will not hold additional public hearings or non-statutory public hearings where restricted by the Act. The province has made changes under the planning and development where municipalities are unable to hold additional or non-statutory public hearings for some certain planning and development matters. Previously, if it was a large item that you thought you would maybe want to hold a couple additional public hearings to give opportunity, you can't do that anymore. You could adjourn a public hearing and then reopen it. If there was a reason that you needed more time, but you can't close a public hearing and then schedule another one on certain matters. So just clarifying that we know that and we won't do that. And virtual participation. That is also now a mandate of under the MGA that we must allow for virtual presentation for public hearings. So just added that in to encapsulate that and make sure that if people want to attend to say their piece at a public hearing, they can do so through virtual participation. Otherwise, it's
So I noticed 12.18, adjourn does not mean what we usually think at the end of the meeting.
exactly. So a little bit of clarification for what adjourn and close means with respect to public hearings. Typically, we adjourn a council meeting and that means it's done. For a public hearing, if you adjourn it, you are adjourning it to another time. So that's what I was talking about, where if we have a huge issue and there's 40 people here and we say, oh my gosh, we are not going to get through all of you. Let's do 20 now and let's adjourn to tomorrow and everyone comes back then. It's not going to be till tomorrow, but and have everybody come back, then we can do that. What we can't do is hold a public hearing, close it, and then say, oh, we took a little bit of time to bring this back. We want to have a second public hearing. We can't have a second public hearing for planning and certain planning and development matters, specifically under the new MGA rules. Otherwise, most of this is still the same, laid out a little bit differently, but not too many big changes. I guess one change is rotating between those present in favor and those opposed. Typically right now we have everyone come in, speak in favor and then oppose. This just allows a bit of flexibility in that order. Delegations.
So this is formally presentation.
This is formal presentations to council. Nothing too crazy of changes, asking for 7 days prior notice to the earliest meeting requested. making sure that people know it's on a first come, first served basis, clarifying that it is only one delegation per meeting.
Is that usually what we have?
Yes.
Has that been written someplace?
It's not specific, but we have asked for that. We say that in our form where you request that it's first come, first served, and that it's one delegation per meeting. However, we are able to waive that for if there was something urgent or a compelling reason why we might need two delegations. We have had two delegations before, so we will make that exception just for council's time. We like to try and leave it to one, and there's lots of meetings, so we can reschedule things.
Councillors, any thoughts on that?
I'm good with it.
I just kind of think one, maybe two, they're 15 minutes long. So,
Well, it does allow for variance, so it's a short agenda and there's two people available, then go for two, like, I mean, it's between mayor and admin, they can figure.
well, according to this, it's the CAO that would decide. 13.2. I don't know, no, I'm fine with either, it's just one seemed like just one. That was all. Okay.
And then I guess clarifying, that the topics will be under the jurisdiction of council. Not related to solicitation for provision of goods or related to human resource, personnel matters, and things under the purview of council.
So 13.9, the delegation presentation materials. Submitted to legislative services by 12 p.m. on the Wednesday prior to the scheduled meeting. I know a couple of other municipalities in our area really stick to that. So if you don't have your presentation in, too bad. I don't know if you get to present without the presentation, but it gives council opportunity to look at the presentation too, because it's on the agenda for sure.
So on to the next section, closed session. Nothing too exciting there, mostly administrated under the MGA, so not much need to repeat that. Same with quorum, pretty standard.
So I've got a question though.
Sure.
It says if quorum is not present within 15 minutes after the time for a fixed meeting, then things happen. 15 minutes seems to be a long time, in my opinion, because others have been there, they've managed to get there at that point. So I'm just saying, I think it's a long time. And I know there's other provisions in here that if you think you're gonna be late and try and do it, but it could be half an hour later that the meeting starts by that time. So I don't know, any other thoughts on that one? Sounds good?
Yeah, I'll speak like from contrario. I think that 15 minutes is fine, and the reason for that is it also allows people who have decided that they're going to watch the meeting live to not have people go, it's 5 after 5 and the council says, well, that's it. We didn't get enough people showing, we're shutting her down right now. Other people that are not on council and may have invested time or effort to be able to, for example, be in the audience or whatever, and all of a sudden you're saying goodbye. So I think 15 minutes is a reasonable accommodation on the part of council to allow something to occur, but it's not going to take all night. So I'm okay with 15 for that reason.
I'll give it another try. On 15.5, if quorum is present within 15 minutes after the time fixed for the meeting, but the mayor and deputy are absent, the CAO will call the meeting to order and call for chair. So if both deputy and mayor are 15 minutes, you still want to wait? Like if neither of them are there within, like at the beginning of the meeting, you're waiting 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Or you appoint another chair, and carry on, and then they come back and you carry on.
sure, I'm fine with that.
15.5,
Inside the 15 minutes,
That's if the mayor and deputy are missing, right?
the quorum is there.
quorum is there, you can call the meeting to order. What's the,
but the mayor and deputy are absent, so the CAO is waiting for the 15 minutes.
they don't have to wait for the 15 minutes.
Well,
Oh,
the CAO is waiting for 15 minutes to call.
The quorum is present within 15 minutes, so to me, that means inside of 15 minutes, the CAO can call the meeting to order.
So we're still waiting for 15 minutes, then.
No, we don't.
No,
You could be,
no.
If the mayor
If
is
there's a
not
quorum
around.
and the mayor and
within
the deputy
15.
are gone,
Mhm.
you have your quorum. At that point, the CAO can ask
I
for,
get that,
right?
but it's, the mayor waltzes in at 14.5.
They sit as
You
a,
guys
He has a chair back.
Okay,
I can reword that to make it read a little better.
yes, thank you.
Okay.
it's clear to me.
Certain things are, yes. Yeah.
15.6, just asking for council members to provide notice if they are aware that they're not going to be in attendance. So not emergency situations. It says unless absence is due to an emergency, just minimum 24 hours notice, if you know you're gonna be away. 16.0, beginning of section 16.
If I
This,
may say so. I have a difficulty with the, I think notifying is 100%. Provide the general reason of absence. Could be getting into personal or private information unless you're going to just make something up. My car broke down. I think that line doesn't need to be there. I think you give your notification, your reasons as to why you can't attend are there. You want to tell anybody why you can't attend, I think it's up to you. But I don't think that there should be a requirement to give a reason.
Well, it says general, so in my mind, that's like, I have an appointment. It might be for my nails, but it's still my appointment, and hopefully not, but
I'm saying, Russ.
They're pretty rough.
Okay, I don't think, it doesn't need to be there. That's my feeling.
Any other thoughts on this? Councilor Carr?
Nope.
Councilor Shannon?
Nope, I'm good.
Deputy Mayor?
I'm good.
So I think it's staying in there then. I think
Is that what we just?
No. they said they were good.
That's fine.
Should it stay in or remove?
Didn't, Ms. Parsons say that she was going to reword it to make it a little more clear?
That was on 15.5, I think,
Okay,
15.6,
yeah. no,
the reason for the absent kind of thing.
No, I'm good with the way it is.
Okay, general reason. Okay,
so roles and responsibilities, this is a little bit different. In the previous procedural bylaw, it lists roles and responsibilities with the mayor and deputy mayor. This has been combined into just, the chair. This also guides a lot of, council committee procedures, so it just makes that a little bit more clear as to who is responsible for that. And then this just talks about, that the mayor is typically chair, and if the mayor's unavailable, how it works to select your chair.
does it say that the mayor's typically chair? Like we kind of assume that.
it doesn't know.
Like, maybe I missed that. Potentially, let me check.
It could be checked later, it's just.
I'll make sure that that's in there if it was missed. So the new section, pecuniary interest and conflict of interest. So this is a big change. The government recently added a section about conflict of interest in the MGA. So now, not only can you decide to abstain from voting if you have pecuniary interest, you're still required to abstain from voting. That hasn't changed. What has changed is the conflict of interest section. So if a council member believes they have a conflict of interest, including a perceived conflict of interest that is not a pecuniary interest, they may, prior or during discussion of the matter, verbally disclose the general nature of the conflict. And then you also have the options to do any one or more of the following. You can abstain from voting, you can refrain from discussion, and or leave the meeting room until discussion and voting are concluded. So again, you are not obligated to abstain unless the conflict constitutes a pecuniary interest. But now you have the ability to choose, if you'd like to abstain, if you have a conflict of interest. Any questions on that?
And that was new legislatively, not,
Correct, that was added to the MGA. So we're just updating our bylaw to align. I'm not, much of the wording in here is directly out of the MGA, just to make sure. We
So-
have it right.
On this conflict of interest, 17.4. So, okay, they abstain from voting. They may refrain from discussion, or they can discuss even if that I've got this conflict.
They could disclose they have a conflict of interest, but continue to vote, discuss, and stay in the room. As far as I understand the MGA, it's that, they may at their own discretion do any one or more of the following, but do not have to. So I would suggest if you're going to raise your hand and say you have a conflict of interest, but I'm staying for everything, that you would perhaps elaborate for the minutes on why it was appropriate to stay. And so you might say, the community might feel that I have a conflict of interest on this matter, but here's why I wouldn't consider it specifically a conflict of interest,
Counselor Green?
perhaps.
My reading of this, prior to this meeting, there was a fair amount of discussion about this part, and part of it was because people who, I think, in good conscience felt they didn't have a pecuniary interest, but had a conflict that they could not surmount in their own mind, were being forced to vote either for or against the position when they felt they had a real conflict. And it's one of those Hobson's choices. You don't have a good choice. You're only given two really bad choices. So the government, I think in its wisdom, recommended there could be cases where you have a real ethical position as to why there's a conflict. And you can participate to what limitation, but you don't have to. So I think that a lot of it was because people felt forced into making a decision that they weren't prepared to do, given their situations.
Any other comments?
And I would also note under the definitions, it does provide a little bit of clarity for what does not constitute a private interest under a conflict of interest. That it applies to a broad class of the public, concerns your remuneration, or is it quite trivial in nature, is from the MGA. So the definitions do provide a little bit more context for pecuniary and disclosure of conflict of interest. And I did forget to note the one big change, again, straight from the MGA, is that if you have a pecuniary interest and you happen to not be in the room when that matter is discussed, once you become aware that that matter was discussed, you must, you still have to bring forward that you had a pecuniary interest on that matter. So if you went to the bathroom during that item and you weren't there for the voting, it doesn't matter. You have to come back in the room and declare that you had a pecuniary interest on that item. And that, again, from the changes to the MGA. And again, consequences of non-compliance. This is really here just to bring it to council's attention, just for everybody, that there have been some updates to the MGA with respect to non-compliance for pecuniary interest and a few other things. So just so that council generally knows that that's there, I can reference the MGA should they need to. Meeting conduct, this was one I did get specific legal advice on, given the changes to the MGA and the removal of council code of conduct, and whether or not we would be able to keep this section in here. And our lawyers felt that it was okay because it's addressing the behavior of everyone in the room, not specific to councillors. And that there isn't as much risk keeping it in because there's no sanctions like a code of conduct. So there's nothing there to strictly enforce it, but it is asking for just a basic amount of civility with the meeting. So he didn't see a concern with leaving that in there. And so I did. I think it's pretty it's pretty basic, just, you know, refraining from shouting or using crude or vulgar language. Nothing too extreme.
So this applies to all meetings, committee meetings, whatever. So on part F there, 18F, refrain from using any video recording device unless authorized to do so by the bylaw or a unanimous vote of the council members present. So is AI, I don't know, recording or something, is that included in there? You know, somebody goes to a meeting and they do,
It says video recording device.
Yeah. so I've seen in some,
Yeah,
there's a member up there who's AI something.
well, it might be an idea to say any recording device. Unless authorized, because you could have your transcription device that's not recording your voices or anything like that, but it's making notes, and there's also. There's a couple of companies who have specific software that allows you to go to a meeting, it'll make notes of your meeting, not word for word,
That
but
is the
it'll.
one.
Yeah.
That's something like I was
Talking
So-
about AI.
What do you think of that, Stuart? Cause you're,
Oh, you're asking, I was just thinking, I don't know where my argument's here, but, that it would be pretty crazy to me to tell people they can't record without authorization. Cause like a journalist would come in with the expectation that it's a public meeting and they could just record.
So I think this though is, well, no, it says during a meeting, all persons in attendance, so that's public in the gallery as well as those members on the committee or whatever.
well. We do have. We do videotape the meetings. And the whole meeting's up there on YouTube. They don't need to bring their own recording device in to get a video recording.
But
Yeah, and the more you speak about it, I think I'm probably more okay with the recording of the meeting, because the actual record of it is public. YouTube's kind of a good public record.
So that brings up a different aspect that Councillor Scanlon.
The purpose of our recording is to record the procedures of the meeting, and as Councillor Good mentioned earlier, the governing of the business of the town, as opposed to somebody sitting in the gallery, you know, recording their own private YouTube reaction of their face video and being a big huge distraction or whatever other nonsense. It's like, if you are interested in what's going on in the meeting, there's a recording of that. If you're here to do some other nonsense, no, thank you.
I do see the point about a reporter, though, you know, doing their own thing on their phone, because then they go and that might be easier for them to use than finding the YouTube. I don't know. Anyways, I just
Well, it does allow for
question,
council,
Yeah.
it does allow for council to grant
yeah,
permission.
if they ask, yeah. So I don't know. I just brought it up because I would like to know that if I go to a committee meeting of the town and it's virtual and up there on the screen, who's in attendance, so and so and so and so, and AI. It's something, and what it is, it's taking a recording of the minutes and I think probably transcribing or whatever.
Yeah,
So
Zoom does that.
I just want to know if that's allowed, that's not allowed, just what.
I've changed my mind. I'm okay with it.
Okay. Everybody looks like they're okay, so we've clarified, thank you.
18.1.
I think, everything else is fairly, consistent, that you should be recognized by the chair before speaking and, directing questions, through the chair. That is the one exception that you're given at the GMP meetings, is that it's meant to be a little bit more free-flowing conversation. So under the GMP section, there is an exception, to have a little bit more free-flowing discussion. Questions of privilege and points of order.
Can you go back to 18.1?
Yes,
So in addition to the requirements under so-and-so, that part B. Has everybody had a chance to read part B? As it says, refrain from texting, recording, or using other electronic communication or engaging in the use of social media outside of the official electronic meeting platform if one is being used. So when I read that, my interpretation would be no cell phone use during meetings for whatever purpose. But that's my interpretation. Is that the way everybody else would read that? Counselor Good.
That's the way I read that, but if I may ask for a potential exception. In the case of IT issues, ransomware attacks, et cetera, that are occurring, or that you have reason to believe that something is going on. Like, I know I'm an IT guy 8 to 4:30, but I'm an IT guy until I pass out at night. I mean, my phone gives me alerts if things
So
happen.
are you talking about with respect to your job sort of thing?
Yeah, I'm talking about my job, and if something comes in, like I can give you won't give the example of what happened tonight, but it did, and I got on the phone right away to say, this is how you handle that. Because these kind of issues can be extremely time sensitive, and I'm talking minutes between. So I think I don't use this for texting my wife or, playing games or whatever like that, but I think I would ask I think there has to be some consideration for,
Cause it is distracting if we have council members, doing something on their phones and the conversation's going on. I, as chair, am not sure that they're truly paying attention. If this is in here, then I get more leeway to say, put your cell phone away.
I think you'd be
Yes.
doing it on the computer too,
Well, that too.
and writing notes.
Well, when people are doing clicking during meetings, it's kind of obvious that they're not just looking at the agenda, in my opinion. I don't know, maybe it's somehow else. But I don't know, what do you guys think?
I could add a small note, barring emergency or extenuating circumstances.
I was just gonna say the same. I don't have a problem with putting your cell phone away, but sometimes our meetings go 4.5 hours. I won't turn my cell phone off. I have a child, might be an adult child, but I will never totally sever myself from communication. But I do agree with Mayor Manzer that there needs to be rules around it, and it needs to be the same for everyone.
And it's not, I mean, we're all people, we could have emergency, it's not meant to be completely, like you said, cutting off it, it's just meant as a common practice,
And
we're not on our phones.
I know, well, most times we try and have a break after 2 hours or so, so hopefully that can accommodate a few things too. But thanks for the clarity.
Just one other thing, yep. What about when if people are looking up something on there? I know, Dawn, I think you do it once in a while. If we need something within our discussions here, someone will say, I'll look it up. I mean, that. I think, but I know what you're saying, though. You're saying the ongoing indiscreet.
No, I think the word, I may say so, I think the word frivolous
Yeah.
applies.
Maybe after the sorry.
Because, well, if somebody's looking up something, they've got the agreement of council, I'm gonna look this up, somebody in council could object at that point if they say no.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, that would be okay, but. Okay, thank you, Ms. Parsons.
Questions of privilege and points of order, not something we typically use very often, but it is outlined there and hopefully clearly, so that if they do want to be used, somebody could use them. Clarifying the notice of motion procedure, just so that I think this is how we do it now. Just really outlining it clearly here, how they're submitted, when they get decided upon, just making sure it's outlined, and noting that we had a lot of debate this time around whether or not they go to governance priorities committee meetings, so just clarifying they are not considered at governance and priorities committee meetings. Otherwise, I feel like that's how we deal with them now. It does clarify that at the meeting, where it would be voted upon, if the member who brought it isn't gonna be in attendance, that it would be delayed until the meeting that they were going to be there.
And it's the same if, they're not there on the meeting date that it was to be brought forward, right?
It can be read into the minutes without them being present, but would not go to the, it would not go to the meeting where it was going to be voted on without them being present.
Okay.
Yes. I did forget to mention one thing back in 16.0, which was 16.2, the chair may make a motion or participate in debate as the chair. This is not something that was contemplated in a procedural bylaw. Of course, the chair can participate in debate, but they weren't previously able to make motions. This changes that. So unless anyone has any concerns with that, I will leave that in there.
I don't know how I feel about that. I have a level of discomfort with that. In that, I do recall situations where that. Having the rule that the chair could not make a motion. Provided for better governance than had that been permissible. And. I think I like the status quo on that one. I need some more time to maybe formulate a better, let's say, argument on that, but experience has shown that to be a prudent guideline.
It is atypical to have chairs make motions.
Yeah.
So I did want to make sure that that was pointed out for discussion.
Councillor Shannon?
I heard the mayor bring this up before, so I'd like to ask you. I remember you saying you would have, so if you could explain why you feel that way, because I don't think I carry the rein away, but if you could explain more of why you think that would be better, I appreciate that.
Well, I know that other councils have situations where the mayors can make motions. At least as I read it in some newspapers, the mayor made this motion. So I was kind of wondering why this council does not allow that. And I get it at some point, I kind of get your concern. But at the same time, the mayor is a councillor. How does the mayor only through the, I guess the mayor in consultation with the CAO does set the agenda. So that is one way of promoting things to council. Councillors can do notices of motion to promote things to the agenda. I just felt it was kind of different that Peace River didn't. So,
I know I've already spoken, so if others wish to share, I'm happy to.
we'll go Ms. Parsons and then yourself.
Sometimes what's written into the bylaw is that the chair may step away to make a motion. So the mayor would step away from being chair. If there was a certain item on the agenda that they really wanted to make the motion for, or they wanted to make a motion, they could appoint the next in line deputy mayor to take over chair while they step away, make the motion, and then you would resume chair. So we can make ways for the mayor to make a motion. You would just, the individual would step away as being chair. This does, in the way it's written now, doesn't require that. You could just make the motion, but there are other ways to have the chair make the motion.
Like I'm not totally set on it. Mine was just the question. It seemed kind of funny that others did and we didn't. But
And it could be that others are having their mayor step away, make the motion,
I don't know.
and then adopt.
Councillor Good.
I know that the mayor can speak on any issue with their own opinion. But the chair is to a degree supposed to be, at least in the function of the chair, impartial in the direction of the meeting. So if they make a motion, they are directing the meeting in a certain way. If I make a motion to go left or to go right, I am now directing an action. And I think that that's what you're trying to avoid, is that the mayor can speak to, without making the motion, the mayor can say, I really feel strongly about this. I think that we should consider, there should be a motion consider. The rest of council doesn't take up or pick up or whatever. It's not gonna go there, but I think it's to stop the chair from directing a behavior of a group that there's supposed to be impartiality in that role. It certainly doesn't preclude, my opinion is this, I feel this way, here's my argument against this. It just means they can no longer direct the left or right or direction. That's my feeling. So I think there's a good function behind the chair not being able to do that. When the chair removes himself and puts another chair, that to a degree removes them from directing, and now they're not speaking as a mayor there, or pardon me, the chair, they're speaking as councillor. That may be something we could discuss or consider, but I think that's the reason why it's there.
Like. I'm getting the flavor that I'm okay with it not being there. But thanks, Ms. Parsons, for
Be striking it. I've got more if you want more.
we've been a debate on that.
We settled? Okay. Put the guns away.
Okay,
That's
so
good
the
discussion.
questions of privilege and points of order, again, clarity, notice of motion, motions in general, nothing too exciting there. Motion. Detailing what a motion to postpone is, detailing motions to amend and friendly amendments, so how friendly amendments can be used versus when a motion to amend would need to be utilized. And reconsideration, so a motion, once a motion is voted on, the same matter dealt with in the motion cannot be reconsidered unless a general election has been held, 6 months have passed from the date the motion was considered. A motion to reconsider is passed, discussed in the next section, or administration receives new and compelling information which they reasonably determine could have an impact on council's previous decision. So if something, council makes a decision, then all of a sudden the province makes an amendment to the NACT or something changes within the community, administration has the ability to bring that forward so that council is aware it would impact their decision.
Councillor Scanlon,
I'm all the way down at 21.9, if that's okay.
I don't know that we've got there yet.
We got that, okay, all the way there. Let me know.
So 21.19.
21.9, I'm still in motions.
Oh, yes, please.
Once a motion has been moved, it may only be withdrawn if there are no objections from any council member. I thought that the mover could withdraw. It's just a misunderstanding on my part, which is fine. I don't know
The
everything.
motion is then council's motion
Okay,
rather than individual's motion, so council gets to make the.
so if I make a motion and say, you know what, I don't like that motion or how I worded it, I withdraw. Someone else can say,
No, you made the motion, so we'll decide if you're withdrawing.
Once a motion is on the floor, it is owned by the floor. It is owned by council and you may know it is no longer your motion.
Okay.
So if nobody objects, then we can simply withdraw it, but if somebody does object, we have to vote on it.
So,
Um,
so I was wondering why the motions that are withdrawn would not be recorded in the minutes. Because, council had a big discussion, there was a motion put forward, but then it's withdrawn, and that's what happened. Like, why wouldn't that be in the minutes?
Ceases to exist and there is no action taken.
Motions are something of action,
Okay.
and so you don't typically, record debate, et cetera. So if they didn't make the motion, it doesn't actually, if it's withdrawn, it doesn't actually exist. Where it gets recorded is if there has to be, if somebody objects and then there's a motion to withdraw, then it would be recorded because there was disagreement over whether or not the motion, should proceed. But otherwise, it just becomes non-existent.
thank you.
As Councilor Good said. So the motions for reconsideration, and again, so the council can introduce a matter through notice of motion. For reconsideration following 21.16, and should there be something new or special circumstance that warrants reconsideration in that individual's opinion. And again, clarifying that notwithstanding any of that, if the town has entered into any contractual liability or other legal obligation from the motion, then we would be unable to reconsider or revoke it because it's already entered into a contractual obligation. Again, outlining motions to recess and adjourn, fairly standard, nothing exciting, too exciting
So-
there.
I just have one question. I guess, why would it be necessary for a council member to make a motion to recess? Rather than just the mayor doing it if somebody.
It would be, I suppose, under circumstances where maybe you had a chair that didn't want to call a recess and the rest of council said, we want one. So then it would go to a vote. That would be where I would see that happening. Doesn't get used very often. How we will record results of motions, voting on motions, and then just talking of, oh, sorry, yep.
Councilor Shannon?
I have some questions on voting. Oh, I'm just here. So it says, it doesn't say anything about, a recorded vote. Oh, yeah, it does. But, so I'm just curious here, you know how, in Parliament and in, legislature, all that, like, all the votes are recorded, anything voted on is recorded. How hard is that to do? Like, would that be like a punch system, or I'm just curious here as how hard that would be to do to, have all votes recorded?
Well, that's me manually recording them.
Oh, okay.
And so that's council ensuring their hands stay raised until I've looked at each and every one of you and know exactly which way you voted. And recorded votes are governed under the MGA and how they're requested for municipal government.
Councilor Good?
Yeah, and I think if you take Muni 101, one of the things that the province has talked about is that recorded votes should be the exception, not the rule, because they're generally not used as a shield, they're used as a sword. And once the decision of council is made, we're a decision-making body. That's the role of the council, is to make those decisions. So when a person, and also the motion to record the vote has to be made at the time of the motion, not at the end of it. Like, people will vote and then say, well, I want the vote recorded, but I think the reason for it is that council's supposed to be working as a whole organization. Not as individuals going 3, 2, 5, 4, because it doesn't really matter when the majority makes the decision is made. But that's the guidance from the province, and it was basically because recorded votes can generally become a tool of open warfare, rather than a tool of unity or unifying accent.
Oh, Councilor Shannon?
Phase through, I just wanted to comment that I know that, I was just kind of curious as to why, everywhere else, every other governing body seems to do it, but I mean, I can see why, I totally get why, I was just curious.
Yeah, they also allow caucus meetings, as we discussed, but I digress.
Ms. Parsons?
And then how we deal with bylaws. The biggest change here is that it suggests that we would propose and vote on amendments to the bylaw and then institute the amendments, as opposed to saying second reading as amended. Just gives a little bit more clarity with that additional motion of what what the amendments are, or that there is specifically an amendment, to the
So-
bylaw.
So can you give the, little more clarity there? So, okay, we've gone through, we're coming to first reading, I guess, and discussion is that this should be changed in the bylaw. So are you saying at that point, okay, let's vote on whether this should be changed, whether it should be amended, whatever the amendment is? And then we would go to first reading or second reading or whatever it is? Like, how does that work?
Mhm. Like, as you outlined, there would be voting on amendments. Or it gives the ability to vote on amendments as opposed to doing, just strictly a second reading as amended.
Almost kind of, we need to see that happen.
Yeah, it's a may clause, not a must clause, so I mean, if you have a very small change, you're probably not gonna vote on the amendment. And then, or if we're doing really robust changes, you're not gonna vote on every single individual amendment, and most of the time we would bring that back. So that it's very clear what that looks like as amended.
Because
It just
if
gives the ability, if you need to propose and vote on amendments.
So if it's a big enough amendment, almost the reading should have been turned down without.
So if there's a big debate over one clause in a bylaw, let's say, you could vote on that one amendment. If it passes, now it's considered included in that next reading. If it doesn't pass, then it would go as it is. Just opening it, and it's a may clause, it doesn't have to be that way, just giving ability to operate that way.
And procedurally, we would not be in trouble if we said, no, we're just doing as amended rather than. Okay,
Exactly.
okay, thank you.
And we've come to the end. Oh, no, sorry. Last one, it just gives legislative services the ability to consolidate bylaws and omit, provisions that have been repealed or that have expired. So for example, council code of conduct bylaw will be repealed by the government, doesn't have to be repealed by this council. And legislative services can take that bylaw and say repealed by
Active,
MGA or ministerial order. No need to bring it to council.
is that always, was that always allowed?
Probably, it's nice to have it clearly written.
Okay, so then there's, change this MGA, this whole, section that you, kindly gave us on changes to the Municipal Governance Act. This is just kind of for information and reasons why certain things are now the way they are.
Yep, just a little bit of backup. I included two of the Government of Alberta outlines for the planning and development public hearing changes. They talk about what's changed, what I was referencing about limiting how many public hearings you can have for the planning and development, as well as the need to have the public hearing electronic option is now mandated as well. And then again, the outline for the conflict of interest addition to the MGA.
Okay, and then there, the governance and priorities, bylaw, yes, was also included. So if we make some changes in the procedural bylaw, that will come back to us with the changes from there. Or
So the procedural bylaw, draft procedural bylaw as written consolidates the governance and priorities bylaw and the procedural bylaw into one. So what likely happened, and the MGA changed at one point to allow councils to do those governance and priorities type meetings. And so municipalities either went forward, amended their procedural bylaw to add it in, or just created an additional supplementary bylaw, which is what happened here. So this would just consolidate everything together.
Great. Well, thank you for all that. Councillors, any more comments you would like to put forth about the draft procedural bylaw?
I would just like to say I like the way it's set up with that table of contents.
Thank you, and thank you, council, for the robust conversation. It was excellent.
Perhaps someone would make a move or a motion to direct administration on this matter?
I can do that.
I can move that council direct administration to bring the draft meeting procedures bylaw to a future council meeting for consideration and first reading.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further discussion? Anybody's clear on the motion? All those in favor? Great, carry. Now I suggest that we do have a, I don't know, can you take a 6-minute break? And be back here at 7:10.
Good grief, that was almost standing there. Didn't see it.
Michelle just shift like one chair over. Can't wait to get that new building.
Every day when I walk.
I mean,
up
it might
there,
not
I
be
think
us,
how many
but
more
you know
times.
what I mean, like, probably, yeah.
Okay, so, thank you, Ms. Parsons, for all the work on that, well, on the bylaws there. Look forward to next meeting and see what happens with them. Okay, so we're back in session. We don't have any unfinished business. However, we have new business, 2026 budget timelines with Mr. Hudford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I wanted to bring a briefing note to council to discuss our 2026 budget timelines and to deviate a little bit from both what our policy says and what we've been doing. So currently, our policy says in July, August, we should bring budget guideline preparation. So basically, internally, we start that administration. Get some assumptions from council, staff, et cetera. And then in September, October, that budget information gets submitted up the chain for review and approval through administration, CAO meeting with the other, the directors meeting with the CAO. And then a budget workshop with council in October, November, and November, December, the budget being presented publicly with opportunities for revisions and deliberations occurring over several public meetings. And then in December, presentation of an interim budget for approval. And then in January, February, presentation, approval of final budget. And then April, May, preparation, presentation, and approval of the utility rate bylaw. So what we've been aspiring for past couple of years is to try and get all of the capital and operating budgets completed and done by the end, prior to the end of December, along with passing our subsequent year utility rate bylaw so that we can fully capture the changes resulting from that utility rate bylaw for the entire year. Under the way the current policy is currently written, if we don't pass that until March or April or May, then we're missing out on 3 or 4 or 5 months of generally the trend has been higher rates, so more revenue. So missing out on that does have a negative impact on us. The other thing that is different this year is there is an election. And so realistically, and I think that most of the council would agree, rather than passing the full budget prior to the election, the appropriate thing would be to pass an interim budget so that we can continue to operate. And that gives the new council time to learn the ropes and go through a budget workshop and really have a full understanding of the full operating budget prior to passing it. The capital budget and our utility rates, we're still looking to get approval for that prior to the end of December. So that, again, that's something that, we're in administration will continue to work towards and bring that information early after the election so that council can make an informed decision on that. I think that summarizes the changes. Again, we feel like there's still going to be ample opportunity for and for consultation with the public open house to allow input from them. And already having it all wrapped up early in the new year, January, February of 2026. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Councilors? So essentially October, December would be big budget discussions with council and public open house somehow in there as well.
Yeah, so with new council, by the end of this year, we'd be looking for approval for a capital budget and our 2026 utility rates. We'll also be seeking approval of the capital plan and just the interim operating budget. So again, that's just kind of keeping us functioning until they have time to really get a full understanding in the new year. So it's not rushing, but.
And so that usually means that tenders and whatnot would be delayed a bit in that first term of new council. If
No, if we.
January, February.
If we get our capital budget done, the only thing The only consideration really is if there's any new initiatives that we wanted for 2026. In the past, we've just basically done 50% of the prior year, so in this case, 2025 operating budget is what's been approved. But if there's any specific new sub-functions, new initiatives, things like that, that previously weren't funded, we may want to specifically include those in the interim budget so that we could proceed with it. But realistically, again, I wouldn't anticipate we'd have any significant delays beyond January, February. Because again, generally, I would think a new council is gonna wanna make their mark with the new budget.
Okay, councillors, any comments? Discussion?
Madam Mayor, I'll also add, likely with the new council, we'll also want to take a look at its policy. As it currently sits, we've been just deviating from it slightly, and I think the way it was written in the past, you know, it allowed a bit more flexibility, but the reality is it benefits administration if we have everything done before the end of the year, because then we know exactly what we're working with the next year.
So this new policy, it just outlines basically what we've done in terms of timeline for a little last year at least anyhow, right? It's in here.
Yeah, so what I've included in this is the policy as it currently sits,
Mhm.
and then on the second page, I'm explaining just the areas that we're looking to deviate from it and why. And the main deviation from the policy is that we're looking to get our utility rates done before the end of the year.
So councillors, any comments on the proposed new policy? Very clear apparently, so. I guess we would ask that someone move forward with this.
Will the council accept the briefing note regarding the projected 2026 budget timeline for information?
Thank you. Any further comments, discussion? Okay, everybody's clear on the motion. All those in favor? Thank you. It is carried. Next up, we have Daniel Kress, Director of Public Services, with the Protective Services Service Level Overview.
Worship, fellow councilors. My brief note here is briefly to explain the levels of enforcement within the town of Peace River. As you see on my information here, as the town begins to reestablish the CPO department, questions arise from the community council regarding the various responsibilities of bylaw officer versus CPO versus RCMP.
Excuse me.
Independently established an organization, administration felt it was an opportunity to bring forward a general service level overview regarding the duties escalated under each. So under the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, jurisdiction is federal, provincial, and municipal. So the primary roles are to enforce laws across all levels of government, provide protection for policing, dignitaries, federal properties, counterterrorism, manage the forensics, including DNA analysis, maintain national security and intelligence operations. Special capabilities, broad authorities across criminal codes, public utilities, special units, such as emergency response team, K9 and cyber. A community peace officer, a CPO, is municipal. It goes by jurisdiction. So for us, our jurisdiction is now within the town of Peace River. Our primary role is to enforce bylaws, community safety standards, oversee traffic and road infrastructure, protect public parks, campgrounds, and town-owned properties, and emergency response within the municipal limits. We now have, under our appointments, will be Animal Protection Act, Dangerous Dog Act, Dangerous Goods Transportation Handling Act, Environmental Protection Act, Liquor Control Act, Petty Trespass Act, Provincial Offenses Procedure Act, Tobacco and Smoking Reduction Act, Traffic Safety Act, and Trespass to Premises Act. Now, there's also an enhanced authorities in some areas, which is theft and mischief under 5,000, criminal code warrants, and non-injury motor vehicle collisions. So also in the south, there is a trial right now with the mass mandatory alcohol screening device with CPOs, because now it's all provincial regulated, so it's now in a process down in Strathcona County. So, and we'll be able to issue 1 and Part 2 and summonses to court, and also within our authority. Bylaw officers, for example, in the town of Peace River here, the primary role is to enforce bylaws, ensure compliance of municipal regulations like noise, parking, property standards. His job is to proactive patrolling within the bylaw infrastructure and public education about the bylaw requirements and promoting community compliance. Responding to the residents' concerns about bylaw violations and conduct inspections and investigations. Authority under the bylaw is granted under the Municipal Government Act, which is a bylaw in place by the town municipal bylaws. He can issue municipal bylaw tickets, but he cannot do provincial. He can only wear a vest, and he can wear a duty belt, he can wear dog spray, and some can wear, have batons as a dog stick. Security guard, private sector contractor, their primary roles and responsibilities is protecting property, personal, and assets, monitoring and patrolling premises, responding to alarms and emergencies, and handling loss prevention and access control. Their limitations are not authority to enforce law, same authority as an independent citizen, so they have citizens arrest only. They cannot carry a firearm unless specified license. They can carry a baton and handcuffs. Citizens on patrol, the jurisdictions within the community-based volunteer, their primary responsibilities are to serve as eyes and ears for local RCMP. Patrols in the neighborhood to observe and report suspicious behavior and support police presence and deter crime. Key attributes are volunteers, not enforcement role, communication channels between the community and law enforcement, no arrest, and no enforcement authority. So the conclusion to this, each of the roles contributes unique to the public safety and the law enforcement within Alberta. RCMP provides comprehensive enforcement and specialized investigations. CPOs offer target municipal levels of safety enforcement and growth within the authority. Bylaw officers provide proactive education and enforcement of municipal bylaws. Security guards provide private interest and support of loss prevention, and citizen patrol foster community involvement and crime prevention. These services create a layer of security mode, combining professional enforcement, municipal governance, and community engagement. That is my on the levels of enforcement within town.
It's quite the summary.
Yes.
Yes. And with respect to each of them, like aside from RCMP.
Yep.
Basically the administrative part, the paperwork part of these. So is that pretty well regulated by whether or not you think if something's going to court, that you'll have enough support, or how does that work, the paperwork?
So what would you mean, like an infraction?
Say,
down
sure.
south? Okay, so like a trespass. So basically what we try to do is we get the officer's notes, video or photographic evidence of that person being there. And then we do an information sheet, which then we provide to the Crown. And from there, they decide whether they want to proceed or don't proceed.
Okay. Okay, councilors, questions, Councilor Sharon?
For the two, things I wanna know, levels, bylaw officers and, CPOs, do they each have a different series of levels, like a level 1, level 2?
There used to be a level, CPO level 1, which I am. There used to be a CPO level 2, which could do non-moving traffic. So they could run the red, blue lights, they could, for parking infractions and all that, they removed them. So now there's only CPO level 1s and bylaw. So there's the 2 stages only within the organization now.
Deputy Mayor, any questions on the summary?
No, and I hear you're doing a wonderful job out there.
Thank you.
Counselor Good?
This is what exists now, correct? To a degree. But there is talk of municipalities being able to have their own. It's being discussed policing. Like to the level, like Edmonton, for example, as the Edmonton Police Service, etc. Are there police who are not? Are there municipal police other than in cities who are not RCMP? And can a municipality have a level of policing? And I don't know the answer, and it's an open question, I don't know the answer to that.
So right now, there is other municipalities, other towns, like Lacombe, Tabor, Lethbridge, they all have their own police departments. I hear from me coming to Valley View back in the 1950s and 60s, they used to have their own constables, they used to walk the streets and all that stuff. So that was prior to that. As of right now, no, but a lot of municipalities are looking because of the letter that we just obtained, but we're not sure how it's gonna roll out within the next 8 years.
Yeah, the only reason I was asking is because it's a service level overview.
Yeah.
And is there an in-between situation? Because, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. That doesn't need any more explanation than that.
Okay.
So Grand Prairie would be moving, instead of having RCMP, they would have their own police force. That's what they're instituting.
And the question is that related to level? Because cities can, towns can't. Cities can municipal districts have their own police force? And again, I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
So for that there, anybody can have a police force as long as you have a police commission and the proper paperwork to file with the province and your own police board, so that you could have your own police force, but it's a lot of work.
And RCMP, it says here, deals with national security, like maybe there's some cooperation, but that's RCMP, not maybe Grand Prairie style policing. Councillor Shannon?
Where does the sheriff component fit into this?
So the sheriff right now is in between us and the RCMP. So they are now under the Police Act. They just got converted over, so they're no longer under the Peace Officer Act, they're under the Police Act. So now they can can do criminal code. So that is where they are. We all used to be under the Police Act, but then they created the Peace Officer Act, so that's why we're not under there yet, but they are gonna be like OPP right now. They are the province police.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Scanlon?
So you guys operate, or you and your department operate under, there's quite a few acts there. On your day-to-day, you get up in the morning and head out to do your thing in the town. How much of these things are you up to over the course of your day when you're outside the building? Like, which of these acts are you encountering the most? And kind of what fills your day out there that say, a higher level, say sheriffs or RCMP would be able to do that you can't, like percentage of your day when you leave here to patrol the streets, keep Peace River safe is,
We look at it all. When we go out each day, we look at each one of those because the new CPO, Rick White, he has weights and dimensions. So when he gets appointment, he can then look at overweight vehicles coming through town. I can be dangerous goods inspector, so we can stop those. But right now, we're just trying to get the main concern within our downtown safe for everything else. We do come across like dangerous dogs. We've had dog attacks. We've done, what else? Environmental, where people are illegal dumping. Liquor Control Act, we do that all the time. Petty trespass, people going on people's property without permission. Trespass premise, Traffic Safety Act, I do that every day. Where pull people over, say that your registration expired, lights are out, no seatbelt. We look at that stuff every day. Same as smoke reduction. People smoking too close to entranceways and that kind of stuff. We just stop and educate them as we go around.
so when you go out to protect Peace River, is it very frequent that you run into situations where, because you are, I'm gonna use air quotes here, just a CPO, it's like, I can't help in this situation? Like, what percentage of your day do you run into that type of situation?
Probably maybe 10%, because as soon as we know it's criminal code with weapons and criminal code authority, we call the RCMP right away for backup.
So for the most part, when you leave here, help Peace River out, you're able to be very effective in keeping people where
Yes.
they shouldn't be and helping out businesses and homeowners and residents with issues and security and that kind
Yes.
of thing.
Okay, any further questions? Discussion? Thank you very much, Director Kress, and good luck with your day-to-day business.
Thanks.
And perhaps we,
Question. A question came to mind just on jurisdiction, on this scenario. Somebody steals something from a store. It's under $5,000. They steal something from the store. There's bad witnesses saw them do it. They got him, went out, he had the stuff on it. Then you enforce that. Or does that have to go to RCMP?
If we're right there under our appointment, if someone's committing an indictable offense right then there, we can act on it.
So could I.
Yeah, as anybody else right then and there. Then it says in the act that they must turn it over to a peace officer immediately. So basically, we turn it over to our CMP, we just collect the evidence, pass it over to them. Under enhanced authorities, we then could do all the paperwork, call for a number, and give them a court appearance or trespass notice to leave. So.
Thank you.
okay, perhaps we could have a motion to accept the briefing for information. Councillor Carr. Want me to do it? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm thinking you were looking for something, sorry.
Nope.
No, okay,
Flip back here. I move that we accept the protective services service level overview as presented for information.
thank you very much.
Sorry.
No, sorry, my fault here. Everyone's clear on that motion? All those in favor? Great, it is carried. So next up, a level of service discussion, the handy bus program was Director Bell.
Thank you, worshiping council. This evening, a report before you is in regards to a potential new service and a review of an option of a service through a donation, potentially through Northern Sunrise County. They are replacing their existing 14-passenger handy bus and have made an offer to council if you would like to obtain that piece of equipment for the purposes of public transportation in the community. So what administration has done is a very preliminary report. If you had gone through it, we do recognize we haven't done a needs assessment, we haven't done public engagement. We do give you a very broad, high-level overview of our experiences to date with public transportation in the past, with our existing Taxi Pass program and some of the engagements we had with our clientele on those existing programs, and provide you with a bit of a option or possibilities related to a handy bus service. This is not a report on a transit. I want to make sure that's very clear. If council's interested in that type of service, that is a third party that we would need to bring in to do a much different type of report. Though we've had some experience in operating a model, small type of transit service, we would definitely recommend a third party to come in and do a very much different needs analysis and report for you. So this preliminary report, it provides you with an overview. The model and the year make of the bus that Northern Sunrise County is offering is from 2017. It had 209,000 kilometers as of February 7th. I would imagine there'd be more to date. They were receiving their new bus sometime this spring, so I haven't heard if the buses come in, so they'd be utilizing this particular unit until such time as they commission their new bus. It has seating of up to 14 passengers. Of those, 4 could be converted for the use of wheelchair locations within the bus. What we have done is sort of looked at a number of options. Looking at a town operated system, what that potentially could look like. We reached out to Smoky River and to Northern Sunrise County to look at how they operate, what their budgets were, what their expenses were, generally how they utilized and offered their service to the community as the basis for a lot of the information behind how we came about of our process proposed for you. The other option is to not necessarily the town operating a service, but offering to a local not-for-profit organization. Again, we haven't reached out to anyone or inquired any further, but you could, a lot of communities do this, offer the bus and a potential operating grant or a contract, however you wanted to set it up. With a third party that would operate a handy bus service on the town's behalf. When looking at any additional service, we have to take a little bit of a look at the Taxi Pass program. Who is it serving? How is it being used? And we actually haven't done much of an analysis on that in some time. So this was a good exercise to look at. The Community Services Board reviewed this report. This is an updated version from the board's review in, I believe it was March, but I could be, it was in the last couple of months. What we found is our highest users of our Taxi Pass program currently over this last year are age clients and our senior clients. And they make up a large bulk of the purchasing of the tickets. So age clients make up 55 individuals out of the total of 157 clients. And this was to date as of January 2025. The senior category makes up 62 clients purchasing over 700 books per year. So the total number of books in 2024 sold was 2,439 books. So 65% of those books were purchased by AISH clients and our senior clients. So typically your handy bus service is designed to serve the that particular cohort. And especially individuals with any mobility or accessibility issues that require assistance, potentially getting in and out of the vehicle, equipment that they would need. Currently, the Taxi Pass program does not, and our cab companies are not obligated, nor do they have to assist, and rightly so, because there are liabilities related to assisting somebody in a wheelchair. If they can't get themselves into a vehicle on their own, you have to have people properly trained and you have to have the proper insurance for that. So that's where a handy bus service comes in, or a DAT system in a lot of the larger centers. Staff are trained for that type of assistance on and off of vehicles, and the vehicle they're getting into is an accessible vehicle and designed for accessibility. So Asian seniors clients make up over 74% of the client base for that existing Taxi Pass program. So we quickly thought, well, geez, then if we did a handy bus, then we could maybe do a swap out. That's not necessarily what we believe would potentially happen. Because they are not utilizing their full allocation of booklets every month. So out of that 74% of our clients, we could individually go client by client to see how many booklets each client on average is purchasing. But on average, they're not purchasing to their full 3 booklet allotment. It's much lower than that, which doesn't make a lot of sense. You'll have seniors who would purchase seasonally. They may drive in the summer months, but are not comfortable in the winter months, so they utilize the Taxi Pass program. You might have an age client that's more able-bodied and chooses to use the taxi program only for very specific purposes, to maybe get to the hospital because the bike ride up the hill is a little too much for them. But they will use their bike on a regular basis because they live in more in the downtown area, Points West, somewhere along in the area, but they'll bike to get their groceries, they'll bike it to the drugstore. It doesn't mean they necessarily will stop purchasing passes to utilize a handy bus instead. So it wasn't a simple 1-for-1, or we could trade out one program for the other. There could be some reduction in use of the Taxi Bus program by some clientele, but it would be an individual to individual basis depending on their circumstances. As I mentioned up front, we have not done a formal needs assessment. A lot of what we're presenting to you does come from conversations with clients, some anecdotal, some public feedback from board members, from existing client users. So potentially we should do a little bit more robust needs assessment. Also, public engagement has not been, again, in depth, and we would recommend a much more in-depth process. As mentioned, just to note, we do have a private provider. APL does provide non-emergent medical transport program. It's a fee-for-service program, and the fee is a much different rate level than what a existing Taxi Pass program or what a handy bus program would be charging. And it's slightly different service model. That's typically the driver is also a well-trained medical staff, and they're going along with that client to appointments and whatever it is. The assistance is much more than just transportation. So you are paying for a different level of service with that APL program, and it serves a specific niche or a need within the community and region, because I think they're a little bit broader. Generally speaking, if we were looking at an in-town or a town operated system, we're proposing as a base, could be more, could be less. As a base, a 2 days a week, sorry. You'd have drivers that clientele would have to pre-book their seat. It would be a door-to-door service, which is the whole point of these programs. And it does definitely serves a gap in the community right now, where we do not have any assisted wheelchair accessible or mobility accessible, because it may not just be individuals with wheelchairs, like I mentioned, walkers or any other severe mobility issues could, this program potentially could meet that need. There are pros and cons, of course, to all of adding any new service to address this particular area. As noted, there is a need. We're aware of the need, that we don't know how great the need is. Again, needs assessment could potentially give us a much more firmer number on how many individuals that we're looking at in the community that do require this need. We do get a lot of phone calls for, how can I get to Grand Prairie for medical appointments? I don't have a ride. I can't take Cold Shot, doesn't go, or whatever bus service exists or doesn't exist, because that seems to be a bit of a question mark of what is offered. That's a significant call. We know there is a need there. Currently, Northern Sunrise County has offered up spots on their bus when they have any availability. So that's where we direct those calls currently. There is an expense, and I'll get to the expense in a minute. And again, this is very preliminary, still more work to be done, but it at least gives council sort of a baseline to start a conversation from. There does not seem to be any real cost savings necessarily with the Taxi Pass program. We do have the option we present to you of, you have the Taxi Pass program or you don't. If you introduce a Handy Bus, you could maybe drop your booklet allocation to certain clientele to engage them to use the Handy Bus instead. So you might have some cost savings there, might not. As mentioned earlier, those particular categories aren't always purchasing all their 3 booklets every month. So they're already not utilizing to the maximum. So you might not see, if we reduce it to 2 booklets a month, maybe they're already purchasing 2 right now. So there may not be any real cost savings. We could do some deeper individual work on that to get a much more targeted amount of information, whether that statement is 100% accurate. Sorry, I segued off my brain somewhere. I need to pull it back again. So if we redirect clients to the Handy Bus system, your current Taxi Pass program, the pros of that program is it's 24/7, client driven in a sense. They get to choose when they call the cab, when they need it for their own needs, not when it on our schedule, whatever that 2-day week is, whether it's a Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever the schedule is. So the clients of the Taxi Pass program have much more freedom in how they utilize and access the program. Taxi service is door to door, as this would be. But it is more than just 2 days a week, as mentioned. Handy Bus may have a maximum capacity. We really don't know what our clientele capacity would be. We made some budget estimates on some basis, whether that's fully accurate or not. Quite frankly, we don't know. We don't know if we would be driving 14 people around every day, or if there would be 32 people or 2. We just don't know. More needs assessment may give us a little bit better information on that. We could look at a hybrid where we reduce some of those voucher allocations to seniors and aged clients specifically. There is some benefit to the client because a bus fare would be cheaper. It would be a flat rate. Let's say it's $5. And again, it's all very preliminary. It might be 6, might be 7. But it would be cheaper than the current cab rates and the subsidy that the town has to cover with those rates. And as our rate increases for the Taxi Pass program, the Handy Bus might look a lot more attractive to a client because just strictly cost. might be a cheaper option for them. If we move into an overall expense, again, very high level, very preliminary. Still more work to be done if council chooses to go down this road. Where's Don? He missed my, Counselor Good missed my pun there.
You'll be able to summarize.
Yeah. We made some assumptions when we created, the very general budget here. We had to start from somewhere. So again, 2 days a week service. We need at least 2 drivers. They'd be working 6 to 8 hour shifts. Again, it depends on the service offered. You might have 1 driver out of the 2, but you'll always need a backup. We need a coordinator. I've dubbed them at this point a transportation coordinator. I don't have an existing FTE or a portion of an FTE that would take on something like this. This is a new service level, so this is adding a new service. In response to that, there needs to be new staff allocated to a new service, so we're creating FTEs of some sort. The proposed preliminary budget is looking at sort of a 3-day-a-week coordinator. We might move some of the Tax Pass program coordination and management under this position, if you still have the Tax Pass program in some format. We'd hire drivers, again, 2 days a week, however many drivers we would need, depends on if we got somebody for the 2 days or not. We made some assumptions based on kilometers, and again, this was an assumption, sort of I used Heritage Towers as kind of the base and going up to the hospital. Now, obviously, it's not going to be just that in a day, but it gave us a sort of a starting point to kind of make some assumption of how many kilometers a day. You don't realize how large this community is until you have to start driving around. I think our CPO director can also attest to that. When you're driving around this community, it's quite a broad, long, narrow, and quite expansive community. So we started with 800 kilometers a month is our base estimate at this point. So looking at adding some staffing, drivers, assuming our coordinator would also be required to drive, whether they did the Grand Prairie trips or their backup for the 2 days a week if someone is sick or whatever that looks like in the end. There's some costs for training, some costs for supplies, there would be safety equipment that would be required. Excuse me. Assuming 10,000 kilometers for mileage, we came up with an estimate on gas. It is a gas unit, not diesel. Vehicle maintenance, we used Northern Sunrise County's their maintenance budget for the last couple of years as the basis for our number. And then we added, and again, very broad, I had not spoken directly with the director of corporate services on sort of that vehicle replacement plan, though there are opportunities for grants out there. Normally, they're not 100% covered, so there would be a requirement for us to, if we take on an asset, then we need to asset manage it. And we didn't get an estimate on insurance at this point. So we're looking at a broad cost of around 98,000, but revenue wise, potentially 25, 30, 35,000, possibly more, depending on the number of clients and number of trips within the program, if it was offered. A very broad thought around if we offered to a nonprofit community organization. A lot of communities that I have seen offer up approximately $40,000 to $50,000 operating grants. So I'm not sure someone would take it on. Maybe if they had some existing program they could expand into, that would be attractive. It may not be enough. It's at this point, quite frankly, a bit of a guesstimate. If there would be even an organization that would be out in the community interested in that option. It's very possible. We haven't asked yet, so we don't really have a good sense if that's a viable option. So overall, again, this is very preliminary, gives you a bit of something to chew on and to think about. We, at this point, administration does recommend council defer this conversation to the 2026 operating budget deliberations, because it is adding a new service level. In saying that, though, we would bring back, if council made that choice to defer, we do need to sort of circle back with Northern Sunrise County of what we would, council would intend to do. And if you choose to wait to 2026 budget, we would just recommend that we let the county know that's our timeline for decision making. Excuse me. Any questions?
No, none at all. So, in our taxi pass program at this point in time, what do we allocate for that budget wise?
240, 260, but that's not net. I'm hoping the director of corporate services is.
We
no,
can-
it's not.
we can wait.
Yeah.
So Northern Sunrise is getting rid of the bus for a reason. It's 7, 8 years old at this point in time. I thought I read something about vehicles in our new capital thing, 8 years or thereabouts. Was something about,
We amortize.
yeah, they might last longer than that, I realized, but I'm kind of wondering how that kind of stuff works. So it serves the same, there's an overlap between taxi pass and handy bus, but it's not exactly 1-to-1. Taxi pass sort of 24 hours a day, handy bus not so much, but it might get you to Grand Prairie. Counselors. Counselor Scammerdorf.
How busy is the Northern Sunrise County bus? Does it run every day?
No, oh, and off the top of my head, I shouldn't answer that in specifics. My understanding is they go to Grand Prairie once a month, possibly more, depending on need. It's 1 or 2 days a week, and it may be upwards of 3, so it's multiple days a week, but it's not 5 days a week.
I guess.
It's not a great answer.
No, it's okay. I'll tell you where my mind is going, and maybe that'll understand my question. So if they currently have this type of service that they're already operating and dealing with economies of scale, having 2 different transportation coordinators, 2 bullpens of drivers, 2 sets of mechanics, 2 whatever. Like, I mean, I almost feel like if this was a service that we would want to offer, we might be better off, contributing to an established operating thing. And I'm not saying that that's on offer. That's not what they've given us. They've given us, or potentially given us, a bus. But if somebody's already doing something, just paying a little bit more to get more of something that's already happening seems more cost efficient than starting up a whole new thing to run part-time for ourselves. I know that doesn't help answer any questions to do with what to do with a used bus, but that's where my mind went with this. I can add, we did have this conversation, I believe it was actually February,
Yes.
at Community Services, and so great board full of really wonderful community-minded people, and we racked our brains for probably about 45 minutes, I would think, going over what to do or how maybe best to deploy or whatever of this potential asset. And would it be fair to say the discussion was in?
I would agree with that. Yeah. Yeah.
Your director.
Director Mugford?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to your question earlier, we budgeted for 2025. That program on the whole was a $223,000 net expense. And then it reduces each year based on the slight tweaking that we've done with the program. So 209,000 for 2026, 109,000 for 2027, and so on.
Thank you.
Also, to your question regarding older vehicles, just think it's general knowledge, but you know, the older the vehicle, you generally get worse fuel economy and you generally have higher maintenance costs than with the newer vehicle.
Thank you. Councilor Shannon?
Speaking of gas, I was looking at the expense on here for gas and it got me to thinking about a question in general. How does the town of Peace River purchase their gas in bulk, or like how do you have any kind of a special way of getting a better price, or how do you guys do that, or is it just whatever?
We have a corporate rate that was negotiated with QFA. And so we do that, and those bills, I don't approve them, but they come to me and I look at them and kind of make sure that, hey, these make sense. Well, this vehicle is like way high for this, what's up. But we have kind of a bulk purchase for most of our fleets. We also have bulk fuel supply in our yard. For equipment specifically, it's not meant for like our general use vehicles. And then if we're out traveling and somebody doesn't have access to it, they expense it. And that's the last.
I was just curious about it. Thank you.
He's gone. I think we might have lost Deputy Noisa. You got it?
He had to step out.
Oh, okay. Okay, so other questions with respect to this briefing note? So the question is, does council recommend that Lynn be directed to go onwards with something, or accept this for information, which basically means we've got a little information and we don't want to go onwards?
A couple concerns.
Councilor Cart?
I have a concern of the age of the van or bus. So probably within 2-3 years, we'll be looking at another bus, so it'll be a huge expense. I also concerned about what will we be directly in conflict with the independent cab companies in town? Will we take revenue from them? I don't know, just things to consider. I think it's a great idea, but I'm not 100% sold.
I think, Director Bial also mentioned in here, there's a group that, kind of helps, with at least the seniors population with transportation. What is it called? I don't know if they presented to us.
The healthy aging.
Yes. What do they do?
I'm drawing a blank on the rest of their name. They hosted, the province provided their organization as the conduit for a public transport or a rural transportation program. We did apply to it last year, or maybe the year before now. And we were not successful in that application, specifically for the Taxi Pass program as our current mode of transportation to assist seniors and aged clients. That particular program is specifically for seniors 55 plus. Yeah,
I think Donnelly in that area,
correct.
got help for, I don't know, I'm gonna say operating or something.
Yeah, Smoky River, actually, Smoky River, Northern Sunrise County received funds, and it was to expand their programs, not specifically for existing operating costs. So Northern Sunrise County, I believe theirs was 25,000 there was something they were wrapping the bus. I'm not, I don't know the details. Smoky River expanded their program, more rides out of the community to Grand Prairie, whatever it was, but it was a small expansion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the handy bus, people would still be, they have to apply to be able to use the bus, or?
That I hadn't gone that far in sort of the operational planning. I didn't want to get too far ahead. But what we have seen is usually there's some sort of a criteria. But it would, in this particular service, it would not be income based. Because they're typically not income based. It's your priority would go to individuals with mobility issues that utilizing the existing cab services, they would always be your first priority. age clients, seniors would be priority, and then you could have other scales or other systems to maybe expand it to young folks if they had mobility issue. There's lots of different ways to do it, but we hadn't gotten that far into any sort of operational planning.
Counselor Scannell.
So I went and visited somebody the other day and they had this beautiful piano in their house and it had not been played in quite some time, and you could tell, and it seemed like kind of a waste that this thing sat there and just was not fully utilized to its potential. My concern, I guess, is that maybe there is another organization, group, or something to that effect, Heart River Housing, North Peace Housing, maybe, I don't know, it's a handy bus, maybe one of the schools. Maybe there's a group that could make better use of this than we seem to be trying really hard to find something, but not really having a good success finding, something that I think that would. I think maybe that there's a group that would be able to
Use the bus.
use the bus better than we seem to be able to find a way. We're square peg around holding this thing into our services, and it just doesn't seem to be the best fit for us, is my perception of the conversations I've had about it so far. And it's not that it's not appreciated. But if somebody else would be able to utilize it, appreciate it more, it would be a shame for us to not give that opportunity potentially to them.
Any other thoughts, discussion wise? It's a hard one because the overlap is not one-to-one.
Yeah, it definitely is not you're going to take one away for another. I actually wouldn't recommend that. I don't think after doing a very preliminary, we still need to do much more work, needs assessment wise. But I would recommend, if it was added, that it's added as an additional service with possible tweaks to the Tax Pass program. Once we look at a little more detail client by client, if we see the impact being substantive. But that's not what the preliminary work tells us to date.
Director Fisher?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in because I don't actually know if I heard this stated clearly, but I think it's really important that as a town, as somebody because we'll have to manage it as an asset. If we're going to accept it, then we need to have a clear direction of what we're going to do with it. Otherwise, it might create some ill will if we accepted it and it just sat there, sold it later on, didn't actually use it. So I think before we said yes, it would be really prudent to have a good idea of what we want.
Yeah, I would definitely not recommend accepting something if we didn't have a service plan for it at all. And if council chooses to defer this to the the operating budget discussion, I think we need to make that very clear to our partner, Northern Sunrise County, that hold on, we're not making a decision yet. And if they choose to go a different path, that potentially is a potential outcome of that even decision too.
So as Councillor Scannell mentioned, if like the difference here is 60,000, give or take, if that was truly the number, if we wanted to have this program and giving 60,000 to somebody like Northern Sunrise saying, please carry on with your present and new bus, then maybe you'll help us out too. Like that would be one of the possibilities to ask, at least if it's possible for them to expand their program, I suppose. And I don't know at all what their requirements are for somebody to use their bus.
Their requirements are different, because they open it up to their entire county regardless of,
Circumstance.
Yeah. Correct.
So councillors, Director Mugford.
I guess just in response to Councillor Carr's comments on it. So I agree. I think the biggest risk with this would be if we took it on, we set the service level expectations. And then 2 years into it, there's a major issue and now we're on the buying a new one. The reality is, I think. Again, I don't have a crystal ball, I don't know that much about the engine of these things, the transmission, any of that stuff. But we would obviously putting a lot less mileage on it than the county was, especially if we opted out of the Grand Prairie trips. You know, if they were putting
That's the
on,
whole purpose.
if they were putting on 30,000 kilometers a year or so.
Yeah, and I actually probably have that in an email. Oh, no, we broke it out already. They're doing about 25,000.
Yeah, that's right.
And a bit of that was a guesstimate on our part because we weren't 100% certain. We made some assumptions during COVID years that they maybe weren't operating at full capacity or there would have been restrictions of some point. So it was approximately, I believe, about 25,000 kilometers a year. And we're estimating 10, could be 20, where.
But nevertheless,
Question mark.
they would have had that in their minds too, when they said, well, let's get a new bus.
Of
So,
course,
right?
yes.
The other thing, I think they run a bus from Cadott to Peace River or thereabouts as
believe
one
so.
of those days. I think it's the same bus, I don't know.
Yes, actually, yes, so they have a service for within certain communities on certain dates or days, sorry, per week. I believe is how it's broken up.
So, should we ask admin to find out more information? Bring it to the operating budget discussion? Should we ask admin to, explore other options with Northern Sunrise? Should we ask admin to thank Northern Sunrise? Councillor Good and then Councillor Shannon.
I think the first part, thank Northern Sunrise for the offer. But I think there's also one of those things that some things are really easy to start, and really hard to finish. And really hard to, you start a service and it turns out that it's not working, but it's, you gotta either throw money at it or throw it off over the edge. And we have had somewhat of a historical analog to this. And I don't know, I just don't see it being for the town feasible. I really don't. I just don't see it being feasible. I mean, I really appreciate the officer giving us, to a degree, right of first refusal, which is a very kind thing to do. I'm just not so, I just don't see without having a tremendous amount of administration time working out a scenario where this becomes a workable thing. You've already spent, I don't know how many hours on this report here, and now you're gonna have to do, as you call it, the deep dive into the numbers. And before you say yes, you wanna know you're gonna be able to make it work. I just don't see it as, with all of the priorities that we have, I just don't see it as a viable alternative. That's my own personal feeling.
Thank you. Councillor Shannon?
Don took the words right out of my mouth, same thing. I also would like to add though, Councillor Scamhorn's comment about maybe there is another group that could use that bus to its what potential it, left in it, that it could be used. I don't know if that's the smartest thing for us to do at the moment.
Northern Sunrise could
Yeah, that's not, that's just term.
figure, I guess. Ms. Parsons?
Just have a couple drafted,
microphone?
a couple drafted potential motions, if that would help. So that move that council accept the briefing note for information and direct administration to provide a letter of thanks to Northern Sunrise County for their offer of the used handy bus. Or ask administration to defer contemplation of the addition of a handy bus service until the 2026 budget discussions. And we could add on the letter of thanks to the end of that as well.
Okay, any,
I would go option one, and that would, I think, also give them some divinity on where to go next, as opposed to having it park and wait and whatever else for time when maybe somebody else could be making good use of it. Would you put those words in my mouth for me?
Counselor Scamhorn is moving that council accept the briefing note for information and direct administration to provide a letter of thanks to Northern Sunrise County for their offer of the used handy bus.
Yes.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Thanks.
She have a question?
Yeah.
If that motion, is that really telling them whether we're interested or not, or is that just putting them on the code hook?
I think the same thing.
Same.
Oh,
The letter will,
my apologies. My assumption made there was that accepting the report for information was declining the offer. So the letter would say that.
Okay.
My apologies.
thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. Ms. Parsons, would you please read that motion?
That council accept the briefing note for information and direct administration to provide a letter of thanks to Northern Sunrise County for their offer of the used handy bus.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Everybody's clear on the motion and its intent? Okay, all those in favor of the motion? It is carried. Thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Bell, for leading us through that.
Thank you. And might I add, it's lovely to see you instead of a wall.
Oh. Yeah, we've got new technology today. A tripod. Okay, next up, we have Peace River Nuclear Project, the opportunity to provide feedback to Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. Mrs. Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship. So as you mentioned, the question before council is if you would like to provide feedback on the initial project description of the nuclear plant that has been proposed by Energy Alberta to be located 30 kilometers roughly north of Peace River. Feedback will be gathered by the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada and Canadian Nuclear Safety Committee until May 14th. And feedback could include items of concern such as the impact on housing in Peace River, or the traffic, or labor, or education impacts. The feedback that IAC receives will be considered and will form a summary of issues that will be given to Energy Alberta for them to address and respond to. And as directed at the last meeting, we were asked to schedule a meeting with IAC to explain and get more information for council. And that meeting has been scheduled for, I believe it's Wednesday of this week. And so next week at council meeting, we will be seeking direction on whether or not you would like us to start. Actually, we'd like to know now if you'd like us to start preparing a response to that to provide to council next week to review for submission.
Okay, councillors. Councillor Shannon?
I think we do need something for next week. I would think the mayor would agree with me that we need to have something, a little pounded out, even in a rough version for, you know, what we want to put forward there, but I think we do have to do it.
I would agree. I think the list that was provided in the briefing note is pretty comprehensive. So I think as a town, if this project goes ahead, we are bound to be majorly impacted by it in terms of our infrastructure, the services that we provide as a community. As it mentions here, hospitals, education, traffic, all of that sort of thing. So those would have an impact on our community, which is what the IAC is asking. What do you think the impacts would be? Some of the questions we might have, all of that sort of thing. So I too would be in favor of the town writing its individual letter. I'm thinking that our committee, the Regional Energy Committee, will probably be writing a letter from the committee, a viewpoint, but sort of the more the merrier, especially if we're saying much of the same things, then I think that has big impact too. So
But other councilors, should we write a letter? Should we respond?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's silly to not take our opportunity.
Okay, so it looks like we've got a letter written, or a draft brought to the next council meeting. If anybody's had an opportunity to, fully read through the briefing note here, is there anything else that comes to mind that's not already on that list that admin would expand upon in our response? I think so. Pretty comprehensive. We will put something together. Okay, so nothing's coming to mind quickly here, but
Just not sure if it's in the purview of this request. So for example, should we end up with, an extra, 4,800 or whatever the number is of workers, in the area. Or whatever, it's a lot of people. That our municipality would have to service, so is there providing services to that many people is not free. And is our tax base going to be putting that alone, given that this is not happening within our municipal borders? So,
funding to provide these services within the municipal borders that we serve.
yeah,
And whether they can answer the question or not, if it's out there.
if it's they're like, hey, that's not our thing, that's between you and someone else, fair enough. I'm not sure if it applies here or not. But that's, I think, there's many positives, but that is a concern that Director Fisher has said.
Oh, sorry, Director Fisher?
Yeah, I would just like to address that. I'm not sure if this is a fair question or not. This is the first consultation. I would advise you as council, if you have any question related to this, what are the timelines? What could happen? What happens to the camp when it gets done? Any question that you have, you should actually probably send it to admin so we can put it into the letter. And I would argue that at this stage of the game, there is no such thing as a dumb question. Every question should be on the table. Because it's a huge project. We're talking over a decade worth of work. There'll be tens of thousands of people that come through that job site if it goes forward. And it's too big for us as an administration to answer those questions about how this is going to impact us as a community, because we have no frame of reference for that, right? And I'll give you an example. I just actually texted the directors group about one question that we should consider, but for Fort St. John, when they did Site C Dam, they had a whole camp for 6,000 people. 6,000 people. That's a whole town of Peace River sitting there that is getting demolished and put into a dump. Because they had to build it to house their workers. That includes like a bar, a pool, a feeder, like rec facilities, housing. It's a massive amount of infrastructure that just gets thrown away. And there's no way that we could predict that from our seat right now, like what kind of impacts. That's all up to them to provide us. So any question that you have, you should ask or send to CAO Miller and Kayla so we can incorporate it.
So sort of what happens with decommissioning construction sites and the materials that were used or the buildings or whatever, that kind of a plan for that. Concerned about. Okay,
Yeah, I guess that would be definitely a landfill question that, Long Lake, thank you, or is that East Peace, or, what's closer, what's better, what can handle the type of materials they're gonna be pulling out of there regularly using.
okay, so we should get our thoughts on this topic and send questions to admin that we would like somehow in the letter, and then we'll get a letter to review next Monday because it has to be in by the 14th by, I don't know, it's 10 p.m. our time or 12 their time, I don't know which, so, yeah. Okay, so does someone want to, with a motion of some sort on this one?
Can we add to the motion, Kayla, like potentially, it says based on discussion at this meeting and or subsequent emails or input in there? So it doesn't just limit it to this discussion.
The discussion involved, submitting questions to the admin, right?
Yeah.
So. We'll take that view.
Yes, what do you guys?
I like the mayor's view.
Okay, yeah,
It's a shorter motion,
I like
but.
that too. Okay, do you wanna make that motion, madam?
Even at this point, I'm not able to. Anyways, would you, read your motion
Move that
again?
council direct administration to draft formal submission to IAAC with respect to the future of a nuclear project based on discussion at this meeting. Direct administration to return the draft response to the May 12th council meeting for further discussion and formal approval.
Thank you. Any further questions on that motion? We're all clear on it in its meeting. All those in favor? Great, it is carried. Thank you, Mrs. Miller. And admin. Next up, we have the curfew bylaw legal advice. CEO Miller again.
Thank you, your worship. So recently I was asked to do some research on whether a curfew bylaw and loitering bylaw could be legally established and enforced. And in light of our efforts on the camping bylaw and the work that was put into it and being able to have it enforced, I did speak at first with our staff sergeant and asked if we were to go and undertake a bylaw and have the research and legal review and have council adopt it, if they would enforce it. And I was told no, because basically it's a charter of rights infringement curfew. And so from there, we then sought higher level, not a full opinion, but I did seek legal input. And that was reiterated by the legal that trying to enforce a curfew would infringe a person's rights. I was told that persons have a right to walk up and down the street at any time of the day, as long as they're not bothering anybody and any time of night. And it's really not a good fight to fight, because there is, as mentioned in the briefing memo, there is a case law that has shown where this, the courts have thrown out curfew bylaws and curfew restrictions. So administration is recommending that that doesn't go any further, because it would be a challenge to enforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Good?
I'm getting kind of conflicting information here in the paragraph on, in particular. It says, in those cases, even when they recognize there are serious risks of substantial detrimental impact to the public's ability to enjoy public spaces, courts have often found that such bylaws are invalid unless the municipality can show that it has sufficient shelter space offering housing. Yet we were told that that's not really true. You can clear a homeless camp, so you can deal with homeless camps even when you don't have shelter. We were told that, I think, quite directly. And yet this opinion says, if I could put it bluntly, the opposite. So one of them is wrong. I don't know which one, but I know one of them, they can't exist in the same logical state. So where do we get kind of clear guidance on this? Because we're being told on one hand, yes, you can do it. On the other hand, we're being told, no, we can't. Because there's case law. Is the case law definitive? Is the case law that has it set a precedent? Or is it just, you know, where is it in terms of, has it gone to the Supreme Court? You know, where is it at? Because this is two different pieces of advice we're getting. I know this isn't speaking to the curfew, but this speaks directly to the shelter situation, et cetera. If this is true, then what this article is saying is that we really can't do much about the homeless camps with this information. I'm not comfortable with this. I'm not comfortable with the lack of knowledge or lack of a definitive answer, say, well, you guys go figure it out, because we'll give you both answers, you can pick one.
Other comments? Oh, sorry, Ms. Parsons.
I think that that's just where we are. And there isn't a specific answer. The case law is being developed.
Right.
Things will probably have to go further to get an official answer. This is just, you can have the bylaw, this one I'm talking about, the parks bylaw, which we do. And you're better covered if you have shelter, if you have a shelter where people can go. Because then you can say, no, you can't set up here, but we have this for you. So you're better covered to have that bylaw enforced. What they're saying is if you don't have that, you're open to challenge, and the case law is being built right now. And there are decisions out there that have overturned those bylaws because there wasn't shelter space available. So it is still in this gray murky area.
So what they're saying is, if I don't mind saying so, they're saying you're kind of maybe better covered, but you're not covered. I mean, it can be reversed one way or the other. It's really not the greatest advice, to be honest, with this.
Councillor Scammon.
Well, while we may not have the shelter space directly here, we also have access to it. We have transportation to the shelter. We have, I mean, Director Kress has offered to transport people. We have a organization in town that will transport people to where there is shelter. Seems like that's access to shelter to me.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Maybe particularly on the curfew aspect of the discussion, just curfew.
Well, we have a loitering situation, right? So how does okay, maybe this is a good question for Director Kress. How does curfew differ from loitering? This might be a good education point for everybody.
So. Prior to coming here, Valley View had a curfew bylaw. And it was for ones under 18 years of age. So that they weren't out running the streets at 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. So that's all it was for. It wasn't entailed for adults at all. Loitering, as long as they're not causing any havoc, harm, or interfering with anybody's enjoyment of downtown, it's not considered loitering. As soon as that person starts interfering with people's enjoyment of a facility or whatever, or interfering with the business, then it becomes loitering. So to enforce somebody laying in the park, enjoying the sun, we don't touch them. But if they're there intoxicated, drinking, causing disturbance, and just sitting in the one spot, then that's classified as loitering, but because they're not allowing people to enjoy that part. So that's how it is. For loitering, it has to be interpreted as not allowing people to enjoy the outdoors and the freedom. So that's how loitering works. If they're not, we cannot touch them. If they're sitting on a park bench and they're not bugging nobody, then we cannot touch them. They can sit there for 5 hours. We can't touch them. We can ask how they are, but that's how it was explained to me.
Thank you. Councillor Carter, any thoughts on?
I have a concern, and I understand the charter rights, but when do the rights of an individual supersede the rights of a community? You know, that's the problem. What are we gonna do to deal with these people that are out at night with their backpacks and their bicycles breaking into businesses and homes and so on? If we cannot set a curfew, what is our alternative? What can we do?
Director, yes.
So our plan is to start doing patrols at night a little more, working with the RCMP, doing more patrols at night so that we can deal with the people that are causing the mischief. I've talked with individuals that's been homeless or unhomed here for a long time, and they admit too that there's people here that's come into our community, causing trouble, making it look bad for them. So even they admitted there is individuals causing trouble that aren't from here. So even they're upset about it as well. So our goal is to be able to coverage a little more, working nights. And working with the RCMP to help stop these individuals from causing havoc in our areas.
But what is the end result of that? You see a guy on his bicycle at night, 2 a.m. out pedaling around. You can stop him. You're not allowed to check his bag because until you arrest him, you cannot check what he has in his bag. Like what is the end result of that? What is the consequence that is gonna deter them from operating in Peace River?
So for bicycles, we had that issue in Valley View. They were doing drug trades by bike. So basically what we did is we took the Traffic Safety Act on bicycles and we implemented it where they don't have a headlight, they don't have reflectors, they don't have a horn, they don't have the proper gear, brakes. Then we take them and seize their bikes. And that stopped them from traveling within the town.
Okay.
So we can just hammer them on that stuff and that'll allow us to shorten that up real quick.
That sounds good. We just have to find ways to make it more difficult for them to operate here. And it will not stop them from operating, but it may stop them from operating in Peace River and our area. That's the end game as far as I'm concerned.
So my end goal when I started here was to make Peace River a better place to live, to enjoy the town. So within the last, as you'll see my quarterly report, you'll see that we've already made a big difference in a dent in things. So hopefully within the next quarter, you'll see a bigger difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon.
So we have 2 full-time CPOs now. What percentage of time are you out on the street and what percentage are you on admin between the 2 of you now? Because I know there's a lot happening out there that you must be pulled between the 2 to some extent. Thanks.
Yes, it's difficult right now. I do about 50-50 because I'm doing them in, so I'm trying to get the program up and running, getting the proper equipment up and running. But also doing partial admin, looking into like the sole doing reports and that stuff. And then Officer White is just waiting for appointment, so he is with Officer Austin. So one will take my cruiser, one will take the other cruiser while I'm doing paperwork, and they'll go around town doing the bylaws right now. But as soon as Officer White, then he'll be able to do full traffic authority, same as I am. We're hoping down the road that we'll have them in and extra CPOs, and we can give more coverage and help out the town more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions? So, Councillor Carr was particularly, involved with bringing this, topic forward, so maybe we'll take a 5-minute break and then finish the discussion. So at 8:40.
Throwing it in the.
Okay, so we were on the topic of curfew bylaw. And we are at the point where we've had some discussion and council or admin is asking us for direction. So how would we direct it? Councillor Carr?
I don't, I like what was explained about the traffic act and so on. I think maybe we should pursue that rather than chasing this. I mean, that's something we can do now without infringing on anybody's rights and without having hopefully any court challenges. And it is going to make it harder for them to operate, which at the end of the day is the idea. Yeah, no, so I don't see the need to pursue it anymore at this point.
So you would perhaps move the council accept the report for information?
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, so Councillor Carr has so moved. Any further discussion on? Okay, so the motion passes. We will not be pursuing a curfew bylaw. So everybody's clear on the motion? All those in favor? It is carried. Thank you. And thank you, admin, for investigating. Next up, we have council appointments to boards and committees, CAO Millen.
Thank you again, your worship. This request for direction is regarding appointments to different committees. So at the April 28th meeting, admin was asked to provide a briefing memo on committee appointments. So council can create, as you're aware, formal committees of council and ad hoc special project committees. Typically, formal council committees are formed by way of a bylaw, and ad hoc committees typically are through the quick terms of reference. They just deal with a specific issue and then they are stopped once that issue is resolved. So council committee meetings, as you're aware, they are part of the organizational meeting, and on an annual basis, a councillor is appointed during the organizational meeting to those committees. Typically, our appointments are 1 year, organizational meeting to organizational meeting, with the exception of any committees that require additional terms, such as the new Police Act, which will require a 2-year term for each member. We do have some agencies that aren't committees of council that council has chosen to appoint a member to, because they felt that having a member sitting on that committee is of value to the town, such as PRAC, the Mercer Public Advisory Committee, the Peace Regional Mental Health and Addictions Task Force, and the RCMP Peace Regional Community Advisory Committee. So there is nothing directly stopping council from appointing members to outside agencies. However, we do recommend you exercise caution in doing so, partly because there are a ton of organizations within the community that would love nothing more than have a member of council participate in their meetings and their committees. But council couldn't fulfill all those asks. Another concern is when it's not a committee of council, access to those meeting minutes become a bit of a challenge. And in my experience and all my training has been that if council appoints a member to that committee, that there's an expectation that the committee minutes come back to council for all of council to be aware of what's being discussed at that committee. So again, there's nothing stopping a member of council from joining a committee as just a member and not representing council. You all are free to join any committee within the community that you chose to do so as a member of the public. And if council, if you do choose to appoint a member to an outside committee, it's just important and caution is to be exercised that the member that is appointed to such committee, that they are there as an information conduit, they're sharing official decisions with that committee and coming back to council. They may not speak to or commit anything on behalf of council. Membership is based on individual being a member of council, etc. Currently, the council remuneration policy does state that councillors are paid hourly for their attendance at board and committee meetings. So there is a financial implication whenever council does appoint to, formally appoint to a committee. And with all that being said, there is a decision and the request that came forward from Sagatawa that prompted this briefing memo and discussion seeking appointment of Councillor Shannon to their circle of friendship. Does not say in that letter how long that circle of friendship is intending to continue. I failed to seek to ask that question. I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure if it's an ad hoc or an ongoing committee that they intend to, a friendship circle they intend to continue on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Shannon.
So I'll go over it again. It wasn't a committee. It was intended as an Indigenous exercise. A circle, a circle invites people in. You don't appoint people to a circle. That is why the invitation. Now, we are trying to create better relations and strong relations with the Indigenous community. I get all of what Barb is saying about we do have to have rules and regulations, whatever it may be, process around these things. But this is something, a chance for us to do something in a different way. This circle has been amazingly successful in the 1 month or whatever since we started. There is nothing wrong with doing something a different way, trying a new path. Another thing to this would be that I wouldn't accept pay because you don't accept pay to be in a circle, in an Indigenous inspired circle. That would be wrong. This is our chance to do something out of the box, something a little bit different. But if it doesn't follow with the criteria of the town that they don't want to be a part of it, that is fine too. I will go on my own. I will continue to belong with it, but I'm going to be sitting there as a person of a Peace River resident, but everyone knows that you're a councillor 24/7. Every hat that I wear will be at that table, and I will use them all to my benefit to help. But if Peace River doesn't want to be recognized as having a person at that table, that's fine. But I just want to explain the process around a circle. It's not like a committee. It's something totally different. So if you so choose not to do it, then that's fine too. I have no problem with sitting around that table by myself because it is a different approach is bringing a lot of great success, and that's all I'll say. But there was a question. What were you asking? Oh, how long it's going to be? As long as needed. A circle is never ending. It might evolve. It might change into work into something different. But it started as this is business oriented. Also, the circle, and they're taking more of a lead in the situation going on at Peace River. It's time for some action here. So anyway, that's where this came from. I'll just leave it to council to decide where they want this to go. If they want to be a partner in this Indigenous inspired new path, or if they choose not to, that is fine as well. I can do it on my own, under my own name. So thank you for listening. That's all I have to say on the matter from now.
Who else? There's Sagatawa on this circle. Yourself have been asked. Who else?
The other people around the table are different business people that encompass the whole area of Peace River. We have 2 from the West Hill. And I will wait and let them introduce the circle on their own whenever we decide who's going to be on or off. we have from downtown, we have, one from the chamber, we have everybody on there. It's a business group and it's, yeah, covered, the whole Peace River is covered, every area, at West Hill, both sides of West Hill, downtown. Yeah, it's, the Woodland area, we got one from Northern Sunrise County, so we got that covered from, I believe, from that area. And, yeah, Woodland is very supportive. It's, yeah, it's a really good positive thing, happening there.
There was some type of, can't remember on the letter, some sort of terms of reference. Wasn't there or not? Were there goals, maybe there was goals or something. Yeah, there was goals. That's what I was thinking of. Right.
I'd like to be a decision made on it tonight, one way or the other, though, please.
Yep, please.
My difficulty is not with the circle or with the Friendship Society or whatever. But if another organization comes to the council and says, we'd like a member of council, but we want to choose the member. We want to make the decision as to who is going to come and be part of that. I think we would have a high level of discomfort seeing as council appoints members to different boards by the wishes of
No, I
council.
get it.
That's the only difficulty I'm having with this, is that this is an invitation only, and if we say yes to this, the next organization that comes says, well, we want you to put this person on, and we're not going to, that's the person we've invited, so you should say yes, because it's a good thing, it has a benefit of the community, they can list all the pluses that this organization obviously has. But they're asking for a totally different set of circumstances or rules. It's nothing against them or whatever. It's just then it's not appointed by council. It's council acquiescing, it's council agreeing, it's council saying, okay, but it's not an appointment. If you're not appointed, you really can't speak on behalf of council, at which point you are an individual. By definition, so.
Okay, I understand that. I totally get it. That's why I'm saying I understand both sides of this. But what's different here, Dawn, is that it's an Indigenous circle. You don't appoint people to Indigenous circles. That's the difference. So maybe it's better if I do stay on there on my own then, if that's what you guys want. But I want it clear on the table here tonight. And I want to know what each one of you thinks about this and how you think it should be carried out.
But when it's phrased as council refusing or council making a decision not to do something, we're just saying that any person, they can invite anybody they want, anybody can join, no problem at all. It's not our decision. If they want to view it as a refusal, I mean, that's totally up to them.
Yes, no, I just want
to do it that way. So I think there's a definite, there's a difference in language here, there's a difference in structure that maybe doesn't meet really well, but that doesn't mean you change everything you're doing because of that. So that's just my view. Other people can disagree.
Anybody else comment? I know there was a discussion at, I'm going to say Northern Elected Leaders, at one meeting. The topic was, should counselors or how many counselors have situations where counselors are appointed to, and this was nonprofits, to just about every nonprofit board in their town. And it was causing difficulty. Yeah, it was a little different, but it was causing difficulty because, first of all, there was a limited number of counselors compared to the number of boards. So that was an issue. Then sometimes it was a little bit of a conflict of interest if you're sitting on this board, highly promoting it supposedly because you're on the board. And then you come to council and there's some decision that has to be made. So there was some tension in those roles. Like I appreciate that Sagatawa is wanting to move forward on this. I think it's timely that they are. I'm just a little bit concerned that if we appoint a counselor to this board, you know, to this circle. If the counselor somehow arrives on this circle, where do we get minutes? Do they take minutes? They take
I was-
discussion?
I was curious about that because that was one of your first questions when we first spoke about this, when you were saying like, is this public or how do you? But then I was thinking the mental health task force doesn't do anything public. Everything is in camera. The minutes come to us in camera. We don't discuss anything in public. There's no communication to the public. So I'm not getting what this is. So one committee can be like that, but
Forget,
so I'm not sure how we can, how.
mental health, where we have. That committee was formed under different circumstances, similar to what Dawn is saying, except that the person who was wanting to lead the committee was already a counselor. So we as a council did not perhaps get us concise and clear as to what that committee was doing, what its role was, how it was or wasn't reporting to council. And, you know, quite frankly, the committee is supposed to be reporting to council, yes, in camera, but that's another topic perhaps, but still they are supposed to be reporting. So my question was on that line of thought. How does this group, the counselor on it, come back to council and say, well, we discussed this, or, you know, like, how do we get information back?
My understanding is that you were invited to join this group, correct? And
It's
you
a
got,
circle. I was invited to join a circle.
right, the circle, which, I'll use the term circle, you were invited to join the circle. We're not refusing your joining the circle. We're not refusing that at all. If we just accept that invitation for information, we're not refusing. We're basically saying, you can join that.
But not as a, you're refusing the circle as a town. You're refusing, you are in a sense refusing that, because what you're saying is you can join it, but join it on your own. The town isn't going to, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying very specific, I'm very specifically saying, I'm not refusing and we're not refusing. We're accepting, we're saying we understand that you have been invited and we accept that. Simple as that. You're trying to turn it into a thing that we're saying no to them.
I'm trying to clarify what my next steps are. I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth or trying to say that anything was refused or no. I want clarity as to go forward. Is it?
Well, you said.
I think I'm getting
That was your term, was refused.
confused. Well, yeah, well, in a way it is. Either I'm on or I'm off. If you don't want to be a part of it, that's fine. But I just need some clarity where this is going now, because does a motion have to be made then by someone, or
I'll move
Let's
we
just-
accept the invitation for information.
All right. Okay. Any further discussion? Comments from others?
that's, thank you. That's a very clear path forward.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the Invitation?
Information, yeah, this report for information. The letter, yeah.
What do you have written as the motion, Mr. Parsons?
The council accept the briefing note regarding council appointments to boards and committees. As well,
So we need two.
and I would just say, and the invitation from Sagatowa Friendship Society to join the Circle of Friendship for information.
That's great. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. Thank you. Next, we have a series of reports and just in terms of time frame, Mrs. Miller, is there any report that could go first so that a person does not stay for the closed session?
Sure. Anybody's, who's staying for closed, I think. They're Fisher.
Okay, so
So otherwise, I think he's the only one.
Dedication.
Okay, so he's the only one that's staying?
Staying.
Okay, then, next up, we have Mr. Mumford. If you would like to, highlight your report. Or items in your report.
All smiles over here, Madam Mayor. I'll keep my comments on this very, very short. It's a relatively quiet Q1 for the fire department in terms of calls. They've been active, participating in the career fair with high school in March, and yeah, again, generally speaking, this time of year when they're looking forward to Q2, it's we don't really know whether it's going to be a heavy fire year or not. So a lot of prep for that. They participated in the Northern Connection Expo and continue with their recruitment efforts. Otherwise, skip ahead just to our financial services. So as you saw, the financial statements came forth the meeting last week. We've also got our tax rate bylaw completed, and as we advised council, process of giving up for enforcement on unpaid property taxes within the mobile home community. And we've also included with this report the Q1 variance report. So again, typically the Q1 variance report, we do not do at this point any forecast adjustments or any real significant deep dives, because we're focused on getting your financial statements ready, your audit, et cetera. So it's a fairly high level look at where we're at as at the end of Q1. But I'll take any questions from council if there's anything presented from this report. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions on Mr. Mumford's report? Well, the variance report looks like it's kind of going the way budget intended. Okay. Any questions then of that report? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mumford. Next up will be the community services with Ms. Bell.
Thank you. Just a couple of areas to highlight for council, and then happily answer any questions anyone has. A note that our wayfinding project has kicked off. We've had a community assessment done, looking for some design work coming up this next quarter, which is exciting. FCSS grants for groups were awarded 3. We had 4 applications. There were 3 awards though. One to Sagatow Friendship Society for their ground level youth programming. North Peace Society Prevention of Domestic Violence Stepping Up Program, 15,000 for again youth programming, healthy relationships. And Peace Regional Outreach Student and Daycare Support Society for their youth outreach worker. There's a very significant theme placing our prevention dollars in our youth area. In terms of the facilities and activities, the arena was just hopping all ice season long, right through January till the day before we closed. It was our last tournament. Very busy ice season this year. Our Family Fest on Family Day had over 1,300 attendees. It's one of our largest events and it grows every year. I'm a little worried about the next couple of years. I'm getting too big for our britches, as it were. But very successful event. And very unique program that first of its kind for our area. We co-hosted with the Women's Shelter and another agency, and off the top of the Women's Shelter. I feel there was another agency that I'm missing. Speed Dating and Speed Friending was hosted at Brewery, and we are looking at speed friending and dating for a much older category too. We've sort of done a younger mid-age category, so they're looking at for older adults. they've been very successful. Speed friending was a little more successful. We had a lot of shy ladies on the free date. I can't say it, speed dating night, but a new unique program where we're trying to connect individuals of the community, because if you're from the community, you develop friendships and long-term relationships. If you're new to the community, it can be a little tougher to sort of break through some of those traditional, long-standing relationships. So we're trying to help connect people and thus keep them longer. This is our incognito staff maintenance, keeping staff and economic development program under the guise of a social program. So something neat and different. And then lastly, over at the museum, if you haven't been yet, please go soon before May 17th. There, we have an exhibit that started in January. It's called Cipher Decipher, and the exhibit features an authentic World War II Enigma machine. So if you're very interested in World War history, this is a pretty neat piece of equipment that helped to end the war, I believe. So yes, please head down. And then the next exhibit coming will be dinosaurs. So we're really going back in time.
That's it?
And yeah, any questions? Oh,
Well, I do have one. I know it mentions in here, awarding and constructing a barrier wall between the dressing room hallway and field house. So that's,
yeah, we're getting some quotes right now we're looking at it's a sports wall system, not a cinder block. They're prefabricated sports walls. You see them around field houses or gymnasiums. So we're looking to block off. It's open right now with just a railing between the field house track and the change room hallway. And we're having a significant amount of issues with other users being in space that they haven't paid for. So they're playing in spaces they shouldn't be. They're interrupting booked time in the courts or on the track. We've had incidents and injuries with people getting run over on the track. Our seniors who are walking are being mowed down by hordes of kids. So unfortunately, operationally, it is become so much of an issue that we've had to look at installing something to impede that free flowing between those two spaces. There'll still be doorways, but they'll be locked in different manners to ensure that those who have paid to be using the track or one of the courts are the only people that are in that space, and vice versa.
Councilor Court?
How did you advertise the speed dating and speed friending, and what kind of numbers did you have turn out to?
Oh, in terms of the numbers, off the top of my head, I believe there was about 40 for the speed dating.
Wow.
Yeah. And speed friending was about 25 to 30.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how did you advertise?
Lots of social media. Our community newsletter is always our bi-monthly newsletter that's mailed to every household. So it's approximately 2,300 individual mailboxes that the newsletter is sent out to. So it was in there. Both the Women's Shelter, all the partnering agencies also did advertising. So there was lots of cross advertising. Those are the areas that I'm aware of. I'm sure there was more, but
The hospital.
That's pretty.
pardon me.
Up at the hospital.
Yes, that's right. We did do posting at some locations that we knew there were typically a lot of young or new to community, and AHS at the hospital was one of the targets for that, if you put it that way.
That's pretty.
Yeah, it was a really neat first go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, thank whoever did that, because I know from the healthcare committee, that's
one of the ongoing, you know, concerns. Yeah.
Good, good. Find them a partner and they'll stay forever.
Forever, you don't think
The teaching communities, the education community is another one
Yes,
that is prime.
I sent a few texts, don't me. I did my part.
for my in to some of the school districts.
Okay, next up, protective services with Director Chris.
Your worship and counselor. So this will be the first time I've ever done a quarterly report, so bear with me. So thank you for allowing me to be the Director of Protective Services. It started a new program and it was very good start. So in January 2025, I became the Director of Protective Services. We established in the town of Peace River as a peace officer program. So my job, I started out securing protective service vehicles, equipment and tools needed to do the job. Obtaining new ticket and record management system, which is called MRF enforcement. Obtaining, setting up new court tickets, being able to go on join and be able to, our tickets, the money flow back to this town so that it doesn't go anywhere else. Ordered new radios, logos, and we're on the patrol vehicles. Ordered e-bikes for preparation for summer patrols. Implementation of safe tracking systems for the patrol and CPOs and bylaw. Liaison with RCMP, corrections, and sheriff, building a positive relationship between all three. So I've done a tour of the gym or the jail down there, did some courses down there. So it was very good. Building the CPO program will continue in the second quarter. Community peace officer, in the mid to beginning of quarter two, we put out an advertisement and we hired a community peace officer, Rick White. So he started April 1st. He now brings many years' experience. He was a full CPO before, and he's also weights and dimensions. So that'll all be effective within the town here. Let me see. Bylaw enforcement on the border to the new MFR program. The enforcement tracking was just Excel spreadsheet. And then once we got going on the new program, Officer Austin, Michael Austin, he went on a rampage through town, and in the first quarter, he wrote 247 files in that first 3 months out of 283. The bylaw officer role is dealing with the safety and beautification of the town, enforcing all bylaws in the snow, ice removal, unsightly properties, barking dog complaints, and etc. This allows the CPOs to go out and do the proper enforcement, traffic in the downtown area. We've been dealing with encampments. So as of the weekend prior, we had CPO, myself, and Officer Austin. We had eight down, and then due to citizens, they took another couple down that was on the weekend. So we're up over 10 encampments within the last month and a half. The bylaw position is created as a temporary position and has been a solid contributor over the enforcement picture. The significant contribute in including part of the strategy to elevate the public safety and present council with consideration to funding for approval. So we're also looking at another program where with this program for the encampment is to look at maybe possible having Apex come in and help with the encampments, taking them down. That way it's not tying the CPOs up while all three of us are doing an encampment. So this way the CPO can go with them with an RCMP, they can take the encampment down, and then we can continue on doing our work, patrolling the town and that stuff in the downtown area. Also, I am working with Mercy Management. And just to bring up to speed, I worked with a guy named Gary. Oh, we went through the entire Mercy program, the MEP, 700+ pages twice, because there was 2 files. We're bringing it up to par, and the HC meeting of the stakeholders will be coming up very shortly, as well as meeting with the council here as well. What else? Training for the new year will be CPO. We'll be doing focus on training on the bike safety course. Alberta, the AMEA is about Alberta Municipal Enforcement Association, which I couldn't go this time. So I sent Officer White, which was a very intense course on encampment, dealing with dangerous dogs, municipal bylaws. So it was a very intriguing course that they went to. We're gonna start dealing with Alberta Serious Incident Response Team. So that is if the CPOs end up getting in altercations where somebody gets injured or we get injured, then the ACERT team will have to come in and investigate. That is new legislation in the province, so that's, and then as you see in the last page, that was Officer Austin, Officer White, and myself. We took down an encampment that was behind the splash park. And then, as you see the pictures below, them are the weapons I seized within the last month and a half in town. This,
Still have the Matthews Genesis NASP certified bow that, and if you're not using it, can I have it for my school program? Cause it matches mine.
possibly, yep.
Okay, thank you, good talk.
I'm not sure what the protocol is for that one, but
90 days.
Oh, wait.
Any further questions of Director Kress? Well, thank you, and good start to your journey here.
Thank you.
And then do you also, or maybe you also already referred to the stats on the next one?
Yep, on the next page,
Yeah.
for Alberta, April to 2025. This is when Officer White started as well. So as you see, we did another 136 files in the month of April. We dealt with unsightly trespassing, which you see a lot of trespassing issues, which people, most of them, we only wrote 2 or 3 tickets. Most of them complied right away. As soon as we told them that we were gonna arrest them and issue tickets, they complied. Did 25 traffic, most of that was registration. And a couple of suspended drivers that weren't even supposed to be behind the wheel. 1 urinate public. And we did a bunch of routine patrols. We try to do that every day. And as you guys mentioned earlier, it took, I did a patrol, and it took me 2.5 hours to patrol the whole town, every street. So it takes a long time to patrol every street in town. 15 public complaints, 3 loitering, 1 tree, 39 parking infractions. Twice we've assisted fire, assist other HE, which was RCMP, and then we dealt with the 3 garbages, which was garbage dumped on benches all through town. So as soon as we see that, we pick it up, discard it right away. And then 1 sidewalk, which was the late snow that was there. We did 9 provincial tickets, 36 town tickets, 15 warning, it's there. And now we're up to 419 files as of the end of April. That's my report.
Very good. So would you be able to do something with a vehicle, 2 lanes on Main Street? Vehicle going one way and they kind of make a half U-turn to land on
Yes,
the opposite side?
That's improper U-turn
That's
or
what I
proper
think.
apparel. There is a bylaw in there as well. It's a proper turn to opposite parking, so there is a fine in that.
Yeah,
We are gonna start practicing that as soon as we get out and start educating on that as well.
Counselor, good?
It may be just my misunderstanding, but I understand going across, like turning left to go park is,
Center.
Cross left of center.
yeah. But a U-turn at an intersection done safely, at an uncontrolled intersection done safely is okay.
Yeah.
As long as it's done safely,
Yes,
that becomes
but-
discretion. There's a legal way of doing it and an illegal way of
Yeah,
doing it.
so if they're going down the middle street and it's doubles long line down that street.
Yeah.
That's illegal crossing yellow, and it's also illegal U-turn, because then it becomes, if somebody backs out
There's a
from the
line down
opposite
the
way.
street, that's correct.
Yeah.
But if there's a meridian down the street, and you
Yep.
turn, and you do a U-turn at the meridian,
As long as there's no other traffic there to interfere with it.
yeah, thank you.
I never.
Okay, well, none of us have ever turned across the yellow line,
Never,
just so you
never.
know. Anyways, thank you very much, Mr. Chris.
Thank you.
That was
The
illuminating.
lady passes with.
And next up, we have the ATCO Electrical Distribution System Franchise Report, probably with Mrs. Miller.
That was just basically for information. It's the annual report that comes from ATCO, and I really wasn't planning to speak to it.
Okay. Yeah, looks like they're targeting the staff. Okay. Okay, next up, we have the PRAC, report. And I just have to,
Madam Mayor,
yeah,
were you planning on calling on infrastructure planning report?
I thought he had to stay for the,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
oh, I guess, yes, I could do that. Okay, we'll forget the PRAC one for right now, and, Mr. Fisher wants to highlight, some goings on in his department.
Okay, so big part, this is the Q1, so to March 31st. A big part of the work that we've been doing is staffing related, so filling some vacancies, trying to get back into the organization. So I think I got 5 new hires on this list. And so it's been pretty busy. That's a lot of interviews, it's a lot of candidates, that's a lot of resumes. Capital projects, we're gonna start trying to include a little bit more updating on where we're at with some of the capital projects, just so that we can keep stuff going. So we tendered the trail maintenance project and the boat launch project, that was designed last year. And we just didn't, how we were working through some land issues there. So we received sort of 3 prices for that. Recently, heard the Roadworks 2025 project, that's our overlay project. That got posted for tender on Friday. Requested proposals for Pat's Creek. We've got an outstanding grant from the province. We're trying to wrap that up. Requesting proposals for the design work on the big wastewater treatment plant upgrades. We've been working on the new town office building. It kind of, as administration, had our first kick at the can of looking at the work area layouts last week. And they needed a little bit of rework because they weren't quite up to where we wanted. And once we've got it a little bit tighter, then we'd like to bring it forward to council, just to make sure where we're at, what we're thinking, and what might work there, and get some feedback on sort of the council chambers and public spaces there. We're really trying to make sure that it's more customer service oriented than fiscal. So, for the public. Other things, grant reporting had a couple of grants that were kind of outstanding. The big one is the Small Communities Fund. It was kind of a grant program that we applied for and got approved for in 2015 timeframe-ish. We hadn't had a claim submitted since 2018 on the program. So we were expecting about $2.7 million. When we compiled all of our expenses and got them submitted for kind of final reporting, we actually got paid $3.5 million. So it's standing grant money. So it's a big news. We're cleaning up some old stuff, wrapping up some older projects. And that's a big amount of cash, and we've just been sitting there that long. So we're gonna work on that as administration. The town transitioned to the new recycling model. So the employer, or sorry, the
EPR.
BPR, yeah. I don't remember that acronym. So the recycling pickup is now being managed by Circular Materials. They're the provincial agency. They have transitioned it away from PFL to for disposal. And so far, there were a couple hiccups in the first week, but it sounds like that transition was so. For the most part, I've been toying with a soft launch onto a platform called Bids and Tenders for sort of the bigger projects that I'm working on. It's a purchasing platform that allows me to post, manage my questions and answers, post addendum, keep a record of everything. It also allows suppliers or consultants or whoever I'm procuring through that process to submit to me electronically, and it keeps it locked until after it's closed. I've soft launched it for my stuff. I'm gonna keep working on that for the rest of the year, and we would like to open it for the rest of the organization, so we're using it as a purchasing program for the organization going forward. It doesn't replace APC or Purchasing Connection. It's a supplement to. So Purchasing Connection is just an advertising platform. You put up documents, but it doesn't allow you to manage bids or deal with questions. This is a bid management platform. It's quite robust, and I'm a big fan of it. So that was just sort of my area. For Public Works, in the first quarter, there was a bunch of snow clearing done in town. We had multiple removals done downtown around the neighborhoods. We spent about 2/3 of our snow clearing budget year to date, which is about on par. Most of the snowfall is typically in the January to April timeframe where we have to do removals. It's not common to see very heavy snowfalls until November-ish typically. That said, it does happen. So it seems like a lot, but it's about right. It's much quieter spring so far in terms of water breaks. We have 2 water breaks. There were 2 incidents with our PRV stations that we had to go in and fix. We ended up on River Watch twice, once during freeze up and once for the Heart River breaking up. We had 171 after hours call outs for on call service. So those are the ones that I know about. And I know it's a small community. It's really important that after hours calls get directed towards our on-call service or to our Public Works shop. Don't call the staff if you know that even if you know the staff, please try and send it to this way. I get a log. There's an escalation procedure. If they don't answer, it gets routed up eventually to me, myself. And so if they're on another call, it allows us to get other resources and find other people. But that's a pretty high volume, 171 calls in the first little bit of the month. Couple of weeks in there, you can see in the trend, there was a couple weeks in there where we had up to 30 calls in a single week. Those would be where we had melting going on in the community, working on it. We had some major equipment repairs. The snowblower was out for a pretty major rebuild. One of the smaller dump truck is out for an engine rebuild after kind of an independent investigation of failure. We're getting that replaced on warranty. And then a cat grader was out. It contacted something over the peeling ice and damaged. There's a big circular drive on the blade for the grader. It ended up damaging that. It was a pretty expensive fix. Second quarter, so that'd be sort of the April 1st to June 31st. Street sweeping, hydrant flushing, both of those are kind of started in our way. Road patching, we had the equipment out last week, just kind of training new staff. I have to touch base with the team, but I'm expecting that to be out this week. Our spray patcher unit and working, and I think that ideally I would see that out for at least second quarter, probably a good part of the third quarter. And then our Public Works team is also doing some we'll be doing some project support for hydrant replacements. We've got a list of replacements. It's a small capital budget. The water wastewater, big thing is before Christmas, I told you guys that we had an issue with the clarifier. We got the temporary fix done in February. I think I got all my costs in. The biggest cost was actually keeping the process alive. not doing the work, not repairing the drive, but it was actually the temporary measures we had to do to keep from going into contravention until the parts were ready to get installed. That was the biggest cost of the repair. So I think I spent about 500 grand. I'm still waiting for a couple of receipts to come in, or invoices to come in, but we do have a more permanent repair underway that's tentatively scheduled for July right now. Parts are expected to arrive in June. They're on order. And then we had two issues with one of our reservoirs with the control system failure. We're working with our programmer. We work with a specific programmer just so that somebody else doesn't get into the program and mess it up on us. To just kind of understand what's going on with that and determine if we need to do another major repair on that control system. That's the big stuff for the infrastructure side. Then I've got the development side. It's a separate report here from SMODI. It's just for the month of April. There's a bunch of permits in there. The big thing is we actually have a bunch of enforcement going on with people doing construction without building permits or without development permits. They're currently working with administration for the most part. We also have two files where people are refusing to get building permits or refusing access to the safety codes officer to inspect for those building permits that they've applied for. Just a reminder, if you are required to do this, it's a provincial act and legislation. It's not really an optional thing. They have to be given access if they're coming to look at a permit or they want to inspect something. And they have tools to be enforcing a little heavy if they need to. And it's kind of the same on the development side. And it's really a safety thing. It's really important that you get those safety permits and building permits because they are looking at it for safety, through a safety lens. It's called the safety codes. Those are the big things. I think we also had in the first quarter, those 2 bylaw amendments. And then obviously our land use bylaw. Be ready and stuff.
The apartment that is getting all interior finishes demolished, is that the one that's half gone or that's the other apartment that had the fires?
That's the one that's half gone. The other one is still on.
Okay, any further questions of Mr. Fisher on these reports?
Just a comment. When I called the after hours line, our answering service had no idea who Pat Fisher was. Just for interest's sake.
That's interesting, because I'm absolutely on the escalation and I do get calls if they don't vote, like if they don't answer, it gets escalated to my foreman typically. If it doesn't, if he doesn't answer for whatever reason, then it actually gets escalated to me. Well, I very rarely happens, but
I was surprised myself.
and I'm the one that they talk to let you know, so they absolutely do.
Someone who got that on.
Great. Hey, they just thought you were name dropping.
Pardon me?
They probably thought you were name dropping, so they said, no, we
No, I was pretty low key, yep. Not as low key as Pat apparently, but.
Thank you for that, Mr. Fisher and Mr. Park. CAO report?
Let me keep this really short. Thank you. So, clearly, everybody has been super busy, myself and Kayla as well. Largely, I'll just, onboarding and working on, onboarding. Our director of protective services have had a lot of help with the team. I would not be able to do it without the senior leadership team. And so working there, helping get that program started and ongoing continuing thought on how we can address our social problems. The enabling housing choices started, of course, nuclear energy, future town hall, urban reserve, and election planning. We have a lot on the go. And you can see through our report a few things, the culture, internal culture and staff engagement. We did have our annual winter party. We've moved our Christmas party to January to allow time for staff to enjoy the season and then get a bit of a party afterwards. We also cook breakfast for the staff every Valentine's Day. And that is well appreciated. Our comms team, communications continues to hit out of the ballpark. The engagement numbers continue to rise. And I'm just gonna speak then to looking ahead, pretty much the same priorities, the protective services, again, trying to evolve that department. The enabling housing choice project continues. We have bi-weekly meetings. The procedural bylaw got prepared and presented today. The nuclear energy, the future town hall, the urban reserve, the election. We're starting to think and work on post-election orientation materials. We'd like to try to resolve that vacant property, that burned property on downtown. Get that cleaned up if we can. Bylaws, the continuous changes to the Municipal Government Act that continues to get put out. Precinct study that will get posts at the end of this month and it'll get awarded. The tourism destination assessment project will be taking place in July, so we'll be planning that event. And working on some other tax area properties. And the list could go on and on and on and on and on, but we stopped it at.
Okay. Well, very busy. Any questions of CAO? Okay, well, keep up the work. I just wanted to mention, I see in the ATCO report that I kind of flew by, that they do have tent and barbecue. They do have a tent and barbecue loaner program. So people are looking for those for their events. Maybe CVACO can help out. So next up, we have two reports from the Peace River Aboriginal Interagency Committee. And Deputy Mayor Boychuk attended both of these on my behalf. Basically, the group is planning powwow, today's event, and others. Questions on the report? Next, Community Services Board meeting, Mr. Scammerdorf.
Well, Tanya took all the good info about the grant stuff, so that was the main thing that came out of that. And if you look, you see all those big, long list of items that were de-accessioned from the museum. So, main thing of that.
Okay, good to know. Any questions of Councillor Scammerdorf? Okay, next up is the Community Rail Advocacy Alliance monthly report. This is the smallest print we can get. And basically advocacy continues, still concerns with CN and the numbers of cars that they actually get to some of the mills and so on. So someone like to move the council accept reports 9-1 through 9-11 for information.
I take that.
No, go ahead.
Councillor Shannon?
Yeah.
Oops. Okay, great. All those in favor? Great, it is carried. Council communication packages, we have one for April 17th. And I wanted to note in there that RCMP Coffee with a Cop is happening this Wednesday, May 7th in Peace River at, I believe, Java Domain from 11 till 2. I'm safe. Check it out in a bit. 10 to 2.
10 to 2, yeah.
At Java. So this Wednesday, go to that. What else?
This is Nurses Week.
Several of these you might be of interest on the Bill 50s, 54s, etc. The summaries are given in some of the Alberta Council and Alberta Munis reports, and these have wide-ranging implications for some council ways of doing business. Okay, and then we have an information item that May 12th through 18th, so next week is nursing. We have a Nursing Week declaration by the Honorable Adriana LaGrange,
And so celebrate a nurse next week. And maybe someone would move that council accept items 10.1 through 10.2 for information. Councilor Good. All those in favor? Great. Key communication items. We did a lot tonight, so what are the highlight key communication items?
You think people are fussed about the procedural bylaw?
Well, anybody running for next year's council might have a look, it's a good thing.
I did notice that Grimshaw posted the other day about, you know, what does bylaw do? What does our CMP do? That kind of thing, public information kind of deal. That might not be a bad idea for us, given Director Cress's update on responsibilities.
Okay, by the way, Health and Safety Week is this week, I believe.
Yes, it is. That was celebrated.
Yeah. Okay, also, I'll let you know that celebration of the 80th anniversary of Victory in Europe, VE Day, is being held by the Legion on May 8th at 6:30 at the provincial building, anyways,
Senate.
provincial bill, Senate Pass. Senate Tap. It's getting late.
Is that,
It is getting.
is that the entrance
Yeah.
where the
Where the-
sidewalk is
Where the gun is.
dangerous?
Yes.
It's dead.
It's not my property, it's not my worry.
No, it-
Okay, so we'll get those going. And now, maybe someone is going to move us into closed. Councilor Carr moves us into closed at 9:48. And all